Istrimu.
Gue bingung kok pas gue buka laptopnya baru kau mulai. Oh alah, ternyata karena belum gue pencet go live man. Make
Apa?
sense now. Selamat siang, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to VN Sunday, not Saturday. Welcome to VN Sunday.
Woo! We ended it. Totally, this is our first time opening the stream. Nothing else happened before that. Yeah. So it will be probably last part for episode 2, right? So
Harusnya.
lock in, sit, chat, get in. After Genji finished his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside this mansion. He had eaten some reheated soup that Goda had made, along with some random leftovers from the refrigerators. And those were all things Goda had made himself, and were, of course, delicious. He had half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner. But he had been yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food they had would be enough, and the door wasn't even opened for him. So, ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal.
Oh no way, Genji menghadapi skizofrenia episode ini.
By himself? But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself? Even though all of those crimes had been committed, and many people had already met a brutal end. Judging by his appearances, as he carried out his usual task without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal. You might think all of the horrible events that day had been no more than a dream or an illusion. Oh, foreshadowing. Was he taking a philosophic view? Or had he just accepted his fate? And Genji must have considered it a virtue that when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable, he carried out his duty systematically until the very last moment. The depth of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity, unless he spoke of them himself. He had returned his master's key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure all the windows were closed. That probably made his round go a lot faster than usual. Right.
Dibunuh juga Genji. Genji.
Dia cuman terus hilang anjir. At the sound of a reserved knock, Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a doze, jumped and woke up, pointing the barrel of the gun at the door as she yelled.
誰なの?
I was napping on a sofa, and that voice also brought me back to reality.
ローザ様、源氏でございます。
何か用なの? 扉は開けなくて結構よ。そのままで話して。
はい。それではこのままで失礼させていただきます。南條先生と熊沢の遺体を見つけました。
なんだって。
そう、わかったわ。確認に行きましょう。死体を見ない限り、私は誰も信じない。
Kenapa dicek aja? This is such a red flag to check aja.
No, cause Rosa is always under the belief of, oke, kamu bisa aja pura-pura mati dan ternyata kayak bisa aja di fake report kayak, oh dia nggak mati sebenarnya cuma pura-pura doang. Makanya they could be the culprit.
In the middle
大
of
丈夫だよバトラー。マリアといれば絶対に大丈夫。
Maybe my face seemed to be darkened with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Since it was Aunt Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of sofas. When I finished, I took a backward glance at Aunt Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder and opened the door.
ケンジさん、二人の死体はどこに？
中庭です。ご案内いたします。
バトラ君待って。念のため部屋の戸締まりを確認していくわ。ちょっと待ってね。
Aunt Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead, and began to carefully check the locks at each of the windows. But those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. No, maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. Though it was called the courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in, like the rose garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable, as though it was telling you that there would be no escape from this mansion, no matter where you tried to run. On the other hand, that meant that even though we could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. Genji-san held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. She was probably hinting that the gun took two hands, and it would be dangerous if she took the umbrella. We didn't need Genji-san pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Nanju and Kumasawa-san lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening an umbrella. So Genji and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria opened hers.
マリア、これはあれだな。
おお、第7の番と第8の番だね。
なるほど。
Ini bolong di mana? Di knee.
di ankle anjing dicoloknya. Holy shit, that must hurt ya.
確かにケンジさんたちが言っていたように二人の首にはひどい傷があるわね。
I think luckily Kumasawa dibunuh dulu baru dicolok di ankle. It would be so painful, yeah.
すごく鋭利な。まるで日本刀か何かで切ったかのようにすっぱりね。
Those gaping wounds on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes. But after seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, our gazes fell to their legs, to Dr. Nanju's knee, to Kumasawa-san's ankle. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic sign. They must have been the same as the thing that had pierced Jessica's back.
これは何なの？ジェシカちゃんの時と同じね。
Judulnya tuh bukan Fansanda, ya maaf ya gue nggak niat itu, gue pakai template dari minggu lalu.
オカルトの儀式のつもりなのかしら。
わかりません。
It's Saturday in the other half of the earth, I will assume.
彼らの遺体を最後に見た
Southern Hemisphere.
このようなものはありませんでした。使用人室から運び出された後にやられたのでしょう。
The one stuck into Dr. Nanju's knees was still standing erect. But the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa-san's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. So, by looking at the one that had fallen over for the first time, I realized that it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Erect kata Plan, thank you Plan. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sort. Even without touching it, I could tell it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part, and it was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances Western knights used on a horseback. The spiral-shaped ditches in it made it look like a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices.
間違いない。生贄のつもりなんだな。
第7の番に膝をえぐりて殺せ。第8の番に足をえぐりて殺せ。
No, tapi salah Jir, mereka malah kill dulu baru gue jelek. Fuck you, what the fuck? No, don't ditulis dulu.
Actually, you're right. Something's wrong.
待てよ。それじゃ第4、5、6の番が抜けちまう。まさか。
Of course. Why is Genji-san alone? If something like this has happened, why aren't George, Aniki, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan here? Why was Genji-san alone?
どういうこと？ジョージ君たち3人はどこへ行ったの？
夏日奥様のお部屋を探し物に行きたいと言われました。お出かけになりました。まだお戻りになりません。
なんだって。その出かけたってのはいつ頃の話なんだよ。
2、3時間前のことだと思います。
そんな、なんでそんな大事なことをやっちゃなくて、なんで不審に思わなかったんだよ。
常に一人使用人は待機していなくてはなりません。彼らが戻るまで待機しているのが私のお務めでしたもの。
Ding 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 ding. Was Genji-san really this much of a robot? Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. It's really bad. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed like this, which means that 3 people have already been killed. We ran towards Aunt Natsuhi's room, with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation.
Tapi mayatnya bukan di Natsuhi, tapi mayatnya malah di ruang living room.
Before we even saw the inside of Aunt Natsuhi's room.
Drone Genji teori.
The drone Genji theory, real guys. Real guys, it was Genji. Genji is a cyborg. we were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. On the door was a bizarre scribble. No, filth? Anyway, the room wasn't in an ordinary state, and without even opening the door, we could imagine what we would find inside. On the face of the door, how should I say it? Handprints? Done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before? Had banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood.
源氏さん、開けてください。
Aunt Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji-san to open the door. Genji-san approached it, without seeming particularly troubled by the stuff on it, and turned the knob, but immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. At that moment, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will: Aunt Rosa. This time, Genji-san asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door, instead of the other way around. After frowning slightly for a second, Aunt Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door.
バトラフ君、これで開けてもらえる？
そのくらいのこと、ケンジさんを信用しても。
Aunt Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would only make the mood turn even more sour. Not talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I struck the master key into the keyhole. There was a slight resistance. Aunt Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all.
ひどい。
やっぱり第4、5、6の番の再現だったな。
おお。
The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Drawers had been flung open, pulled out, and had their contents thrown about all over the places, leaving the room so cluttered you'd never believe it belonged to the methodical Aunt Natsuhi. But the very first thing that caught our eyes was Goda-san's corpse lying face down right in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest, almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire, was one of those demon stakes from before. Exactly how far could it have reached after being stuck that deeply into his chest? Just imagining it wouldn't make anyone's chest hurt.
胸をえぐれば第5の番だったが。
おお。
Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal. But maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room, where 3 corpses lay. And along the wall furthest into the room, George Aniki lay dead. This time, one of the stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach the sixth twilight? Shannon Chan's corpse was face down in front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. Had she have seen her own face at the end, in that horribly broken mirror stained with blood? Because she was lying that way, I couldn't see her face, but I could guess even without seeing it. Nearby in the sea of blood she lay in, a demon's stake had fallen. Only the fourth twilight was left. Gouge the head and kill. Maybe my heart was totally worn out and dead, even though I knew it was wrong. I lifted her head and checked, and I confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. There was a gaping hole in Shannon Chan's head, and the insides were dripping out. Not only that, but you could even see inside her. After seeing that, I finally realized I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now, it was probably pointless.
こらバトラ君、警察が来るまでそっとしておかないとダメよ。勝手に触ってどういうつもり？せっかくの現場証拠がおかしくなっちゃったらどうするのよ。
Aunt Rosa got violently mad at me and even tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing dimly up at the ceiling.
マリア、
お
これで第8の番まで終わっちまったな。第9の番って何だったっけ？
Those who live shall praise my
第
name.
9の晩に魔女は蘇り、
Oh,
誰も生き残れはしない。
そっか、これで黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは復活するんだな。
Mana Rosa bilang kalian ngelantur apa sih anjing?
そしてなんだ最後の第10の番。
第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里に至るだろう。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるんだよ。もうすぐ。
魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
those who remain shall praise my name yang mana dah?
Itu malam ketiga.
Oh, awal-awal.
Habis 2 orang mati baru deh Marshall apa dulu satu.
それともこれで生贄の儀式は終了で俺たちの旅は終わり黄金鏡へたどり着けるのか。何が俺たちの旅だ。俺たちは今日一日犯人を見つけよう、事態を打開しようと散々頭をひねって何も至れなかった。バカの考え休むに似たりってやつだ。そうさ、俺たちは今日一日ずっと憎悪と疑心暗鬼で自分を焼き焦がした。死んだ人間しか信用できないって言ってわざわざ3人の死に顔をここまで確認に来たんだぞ。こんな俺たちがどうして黄金鏡とやらにたどり着けるっていうんだよ。
That's right. If we couldn't resolve any of our problems anyway, it would have been so much better if we'd lock ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather is the wisest of
Dia
us.
Kim Jo masih belum kelihatan ya, gimana sih?
Masih belum kelihatan. Bro is camping aja. He's been shut up in his room since yesterday, without any contact with anyone. That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all.
大丈夫だよバトラー。マリアといれば大丈夫。魔女はとても気まぐれで、時に面白半分に人間を殺すかもしれない恐ろしい存在だけれども。でもマリアと一緒にいれば絶対に大丈夫だから、怯えないで。
ありがとな、気休めでも嬉しいぜ。
After Aunt Rosa finished investigating their corpses, she announced that she'd seal this room again. Chased the rest of us out, stole back the master key she'd lent me, and locked the door again. Apparently, George Haneke had been holding the key to Aunt Natsuhi's room. She also collected that. Wait a second. She's got all of the master keys on her person. If Natsuhi's own key was locked up inside this room, doesn't that make it another closed room? So what? Is this the fourth closed room? Now that the suspicion surrounding those three had been cleared, we returned to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue on what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent and everyone alive is a wolf, there lives only me, Aunt Rosa, Maria, and Genji-san.
Kinza gak disebut dia. Oh.
Besides us, there's only grandfather and that 19th person. The guest we've seen no trace of. Beatrice. 13 people have died and 6 are left. How would a wolves and sheep puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people had been reduced to 6. I can't think of an answer. We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried that while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door. Thankfully, we didn't find anything like that.
ありがとう、源氏さん。ここまでで結構よ。あなたも今日は休んでください。
かしこまりました。これで休ませていただきます。
おい、ローザおばさん、この状況下で源氏さんをたった一人で過ごさせるっていうのかよ。
そうね、とても危険なことだと思うわ。でもならなぜ彼は無事なの？彼は3人が夏日姉さんの部屋へ向かった後、ずっと一人でいた。なのに無事だった。狼と羊のパズルよ。最も弱い立場となる孤立した羊が無事な理由は何？
狼がたまたまいなかったんだろ。
違うわ。それが羊じゃなかったからよ。
源氏さんが狼だって言うのかよ。
彼は一人で厨房にいたそうだけど、それは証明不能よ。南條先生たちの死体を運んだり、ジョージ君たちを殺したりできたのは彼かベアトリーチェだけなのよ。
待てよ、その論法じゃ誰だって。
バトラ様、お気遣いをありがとうございます。私は信頼を勝ち得るのは常に100の言い訳ではなく一つの誠実であると信じています。たとえ信頼をいただけなくても私は最後まで誠実でありたいと思います。
源氏さん。
なら決まりね。あなたが本当に無実なら、それは明日やってくる警察が証明してくれるわ。だからそれまでの間、あなたを疑いから外すわけにはいかない。長年後宮家に仕えてくれたあなたにこんな仕打ちをするのは本当に心苦しいんだけれど、今夜は分かってください。そして明日になったらもう一度仲直りさせてください。
Genji-san gave his head a small shake.
今日も明日も私は後宮家の使用人であり続けます。ご用がありましたらいつでもお申し付けください。それでは失礼させていただきます。
After hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji-san bowed deeply and left down the hall. Then we entered the room. Even though Aunt Rosa still held all of the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched, how should I say it? I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor. Figure I'd waited just about long enough and entered the parlor behind her. If she doesn't trust anyone but the dead, why doesn't she just go around killing everyone with the gun she's got in her hand? And then in the end, she'll realize that she herself is the wolf. Then she can just blast through the head of the final wolf and close the curtain on this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I had been in camp before. Rudely resting both of my feet on the table. When I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped moving my feet.
なんだこれ。
Yeah. Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was the envelope from before, with the seal of the one-winged eagle. And it was unopened. Oh, wait. Wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this and when? Until I went with everyone to check the corpses, I was sitting here the whole time. And there wasn't anything there then. And when I returned, it was here.
大丈夫。戸締まりに問題はないわ。この部屋は安全よ。
I heard Rosa muttering that. No longer calling her aunt? Okay. Wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked the windows were all perfectly locked. Then we locked it up, came back and the windows were still locked. Then, wait, who put this letter here and how?
Oh, hari Sabtu. It's Saturday somewhere in the world.
I opened the letter.
My current theory is there's actually a fan in the living room and they just
There's
drop
a fan!
they just drop the letter through the fan. Fuck you.
Fans before Among Us was cool. I opened the letter, and 2 pieces of stationery came out. The first page had a magic circle drawn on it with something like blood. If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. And there was a writing on the other page. Have you made progress in solving the epitaph? In just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The 9th twilight will begin quite soon. There was no mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice.
ほう、バトラー、それは？
ああ、今ここに来たら、置いてあった。
どうしたのマリア？バトラ君、その手紙は？
いや、ここに置いてあったんだ。どうしてだよ。この部屋はちゃんと戸締まりをしていたのに。
Bater ditembak bentar lagi.
we don't even see the ending because Batra died here.
どうしてだよ。どうして。
マリア、いらっしゃい。
Real anjing.
Aunt Rosa closed her eyes just a little, and after thinking silently for a moment, told Maria to come. Kita di-kick sekarang aja. Maria obeyed her mother's words. As she did, something unbelievable happened. Aunt Rosa pointed the barrel of the gun at me.
バトラ君、あなたを狼だと断定するわ。
Bro, kita selama ini di ruangan ini gimana ceritanya kita keluar terus membunuh George, Shannon, dan
どうして。
私はこの部屋にたった今帰ってきて、そのテーブルの上に何もないことを見ている。そしてマリアはそのテーブルに近づいていないことも知っている。わずかな時間。
Is it actually the justice that I talked earlier that Batman is actually the villain and
No way right.
このテーブルに近づき、そして手紙を見つけたと主張するのはあなただけなのよ。
あなただけないのよ。
そんなのって。いや、めちゃくちゃだ。なんで俺がこんなものを置くんだよ。
Or like Rosa set it up for him, you know? It could be that way too. Kayak yang masuk pertama kan Rosa, terus dia naruh itu di sana, terus bilang, oh gua nggak lihat.
なんで俺が疑われるんだよ。
あなたにしかその手紙をそこへ置けないからよ。
Kenapa dikikiri lah?
自作自演。あなたが懐から封筒を取り出し、たった今見つけたかのように振る舞った。密室の中に魔女が入って手紙を置いていった幻想を作り出すためにね。
ダメ。
バカ野郎。
バカ野郎。
またそういう考えなのかよ。そんなことで俺まで疑うのかよ。いい加減にしろ。俺は親父たちを殺されてるんだぞ。そんな俺がどうして犯人の片棒を担がなければならないんだよ。
そうね。たとえ莫大なお金がもらえるとしたとしても、そんなことで肉親の命を切り売りできるような悪魔がいるなんて信じたくない。
Maria exists, you know.
でもね、いるかもしれない。言い方が悪いわね。例えばバトラ君にとってルドルフ兄さんたちが親でなかったとしたら。
はあ？何を言い出すかと思えば、親父は親父だろうが。確かにキリエさんと血縁はねえが、俺の姉貴も同然のお人だ。そこだけは聞き捨てならねえぞ、この野郎。
yang ditembak Maria duluan.
言うのをやめなさい。ごめんなさい、言い方が悪かったわね。確かに後宮バトラ君はルドルフ兄さんの子供かもしれない。でもあなた本当になの？
何よ、わけのわかんねえこと。
Kamu 6 tahun udah hilang kayak kan, terus tiba-tiba datang ke sini, terus meninggal semua. You're not the butler, you're someone else.
私たちは再会しているわ。あなたが本当に後宮バトラかなんて誰も証明できないのよ。あなたは本当は後宮バトラじゃなくて後宮家の財産をうまく騙し取ろうと紛れ込んだ何者かかもしれない。あなたが自分が後宮バトラだとはっきり証明できる。今この場で。
いい加減にしやがれ。俺は俺だ、後宮バトラだ。そこまで疑い出したらあんただって本当に後宮ローザなのかよ。
Apa sih?
他の誰でもね。ああ、そうだな。
Aku ya aku.
死体以外で信用できるのは自分だけってわけだ。そこまで言うなら反論させてもらうぜ。ジョージの兄貴たちが死んでいた夏日おばさんの部屋には鍵がかかってた。部屋の鍵はジョージの兄貴が持っていたんだろう。そしてマスターキーを持ってるのは今やローザおばさんだけだぜ。あの部屋に施錠できたのはあんただけじゃねえかよ。俺の推理じゃこうだ。
What import are in the room? Seentai.
Enggak, maksudnya kayak dia ngambil semua master key-nya, terus Rosa under the pretense of ngecek window, ngeluarin satu master key-nya keluar, terus timnya dia yang ngebunuh gitu, masih gitu deh.
あんたは真犯人と通じ合っていて俺たちの目を盗み5つのマスターキーのうちの1つこっそり貸し出したんだ。
Harus smarter than you, harus smarter than you.
そんなことしないわよ。ほらここに5つあるわよ。
そんなのは当てになるもんか。誰かに取り決めた場所に置かせて回収したかもしれねえじゃねえかよ。それにマスターキーが5個かどうかは疑わしいと言ってたのはあんただぜ。
あんただ
あ
ぜ。
なたはその封筒をあなた以外の誰がどうやってそこに置いたというのよ。それが証明できない限りあなたが狼なのよ。
うるせえ。ならあんたこそ証明しろよ。犯人はどうやってジョージの兄貴たちをあの密室で殺したと言うんだよ。どうやって施錠したと言うんだよ。
Diketawain sama Beatrice
その
anjir.
通り。夏日の部屋も全く同じだぞ、いつもの通り。扉も窓も内側から施錠されていた。いかなるイカ様も細工もなく、そして隠された通行手段もなければ
No
隠れる
means of
場
secret
所もない。
passage nor places in which to hide.
Yeah, but there is an air fan running through that place. I don't know.
夏日自身の鍵はジョージのポケットに入って室内に閉じ込められていた。あとは5本のマスターキーしかないが、それは全てローザが持っている。ついでに言おう、その客間も同じよ。本来の客間の鍵は使用人室に封印されている。だからマスターキー以外では解錠不能。部屋の密室定義もいつもに同じよ。おいおい、容疑者はもう一人しかいねえぜ。それでもまだかまととぶんのかよ。後ろ宮バトラ。
Mia Batora.
うるせえ。てめえも黙ってろ。
黙るのはあなたの方でしょ。あなた以外にどうやってその手紙を置けたというの。それが
Udah gitu aja argumennya semua orang aja. Gimana caranya lo buktiin kalau letternya? Gimana caranya lo buktiin kalau pintunya? Udah gitu
あ
aja
んただっ
terus.
て疑えるぜ。あんたこそ証明してみろ。最初に部屋に入って戸締まりの確認だのを始めたのはローザおばさんじゃねえかよ。そして 俺の座っていた場所に再び俺が戻るだろうことを見越し、これはあんたの罠だって疑うこともできるんだぜ。
どうして私がそんな罠を。私が狼ならこの銃で問答無用で撃ってるわよ。
そんなのじゃ理由にならねえな。マリアの目の前で殺人ができねえから、うまく罠にかけようって回りくどいことしてるかもしれねえじゃねえか。
Terus ditembak Maria, dar
マ
gitu.
スターキーは全てあんたの手にある。ならここもさっきも全部あんたの仕業じゃねえかよ。言い逃れできるってんなら言い訳を聞かせてみろよ。そうさ、ローザおばさんは最初から怪しいんだよ。なんで親族会議の大人たちが6人殺されたのにローザおばさんだけが例外なんだ。なんでローザおばさんだけがあの礼拝堂にいなかったんだ。一つしか理由がねえよ。ローザおばさんが親父たちをあそこに招いて殺したんだ。くそくそ、それで全部説明がつくじゃねえかよ。ふざけんじゃねえ、ふざけんじゃねえ。わけのわかんねえことを言うんじゃねえ。
I wish
Kenzo datang dulu.
I wish there's an EN dub of this. Don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me.
We can make one. We can make one.
Yang kayak itu loh, yang kayak the chef itu. Why are you fucking with me? Gitu.
ママもバトラーもやめて、やめて。誰も悪くないの。バトラーもママも悪くないの。これは全部魔女がやったんだもん。魔法でやったんだもん。誰も悪くない。
Maria thrust herself in between Androsa and me as the blood started rising to our heads. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses.
Maria will be ass in the
You're kinda right. You're kinda right on that, man.
I had acted shamefully just now.
If we actually have the English dub, the U will be
My eyes filled with tears.
そうなんだよ、全部。魔女のせいだったんじゃないかよ。鍵がどうこうとか、トリックだのアリバイだの、全部バカらしかったんだ。魔女の仕業なのに、俺たちは同じ人間同士を信じ合うこともできなくて。なあ、ローザおばさん。人間の犯人なんて最初からいなかったんだ。
Terus Rosa gak mau.
だから、ローザおばさんが犯人のわけがないし、俺やマリアだって、そしてゲンジさんだって他のみんなだって、
Kenzo apa kabar bang?
どうしてこんなことに。俺はどうして大好きだったローザおばさんとこんなことの隣り合いをしてるんだよ。優しくって大好きだったおばさんとどうしてこんな罵り合いをしてるんだよ。なんでみんなで疑い合わなくちゃならねえんだよ。おばさんを疑ってなんかいないんだ。誰も疑ってなんかないんだ。全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。ベアトリーチェの仕業だったん
Aja
だ。
sendiri dong.
全部ベアトリーチェが魔法で行っ
I'm
た事
actually
件
still
だ。
waiting to just salah satu fucking shoot the shotgun this moment.
ベアトリーチェ
Bener ini.
ここに現れてくれよ。そして自分が全てやったと俺たちに告白してくれよ。もうごめんだ。こんな疑り合いはごめんなんだ。だから俺たちを許してくれ。解放してくれ。互いの死を見届け合うまで疑り合わなきゃならない地獄から解放してくれ。俺に優しい親戚たちを、いとこたちを返してくれよ。もう嫌だ、全部嫌だ。お前は確かに実在する。お前の姿を見せてくれよ。ベアトリーチェ
Negara wabe Richi. Nongol nih.
Dor.
Dor.
Kinzo kah akhirnya.
私は
Semua anjir.
まだ生きているのか
Apparently. Dia bobo anjing. Apparently, some time ago, Kinzo had fallen into a doze. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m.
あやつの儀式はあってどこまで進んだのか。時間的にはもうだいぶ進んでいなくてはならぬ頃だ。
Kinzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch that he had gazed at every day.
Kenapa dia bilangnya dead persons bukan kanojo? Tadi dia bilangnya spesifiknya Anohito bukan kanojo.
Anahito. Is Beatrice a fluid?
Nah, fam, we're not going there.
I don't know.
ベアトリーチ。お前の微笑みに再会できる。死んでもいい。お前の微笑みがもう一度見られるならこの命は惜しくない。だから交渉だ。お前に
bangun udah. Oh, Beatrice. Baru bangun, beda.
愛を誓わせておくれ。私の罪を謝らせておくれ。だが逃がさん。
Crimes.
For my crimes.
Yeah.
Mungkin dia yang ngesil Beatrice. If we believe in this at all.
お前は私のものだ。髪の毛の一本からつま先まで爪の赤すらも私のものなのだ。お前の肉一片までも全て私のもので、その亡骸の煮汁まで私のものなのだ。逃がさん。今度こそこの手からこぼさん。お前を永遠に私のものにしてやるぞ。二度と逃がすものか。二度と逃がすものか。
When ya, kata Mira.
Bahaya anjir.
Kinzo howled in a rage, then suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant, he had started sobbing.
違う。私が言いたいのはこんなことじゃないんだ。ベアトリーチ。
Okay, the bipolar disorder starts from him, anjir. BPD starts from him.
頼む。
Jadi keturunan BPD itu dari Kinzo, terus ke Rosa, terus ke Maria. Oh, I guess yang paling bungsu yang bakal kena kan.
Not clarity katanya.
もう一度会わせてくれ。謝らせてくれるだけでいい。ベアトリーチ。 お前が愛しい恋しい。私が間違っていた。
I can imagine this being someone in our Discord.
What? That's crazy. What did you suspect, anjir? I can't believe you slander him like that, anjir. I can't believe it. Take down the stream now! Take down the stream!
他には何もいらなかったんだ。私が間違えた。私がそれを間違えて、取り返しのつかないことをしてしまった。
I made a mistake back then. Maybe something can be taken back.
その償いに残りのすべての人生を捧げた。お前に詫びるために、私の罪を償うために、すべて捧げたんだ。頼む。私の死の際でもいい。せめてお前に一言謝らせて。ベアトリーチェ
I'm losing my login. I'm logged in like 1 hour earlier in this stream. I currently losing my login.
I'm losing my locked-in because you slandered that man. I can't believe you actually said that, Ajir. We will be taking down the stream, guys. I am very sorry. We will have to edit some parts of the stream before we upload the vlog.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. I only imply doesn't mention indirectly.
That's crazy. As Kinzo shook and cried, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere, behind his small back like a flake of gold leaf, and softly descended. You fool, Kinzo.
Aware tanah Kinzo.
Oke, kamu yang voice Beatrice.
Nah kalau ini nggak bisa ya gitu. Sama yang Ivan.
I don't understand Japanese. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? Well, even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who is not human. Kinzo, do you remember that game of chess you played with me, which is still ongoing? Kinzo, as though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set.
Tapi kan dia terakhir main sama Najo ya.
Nggak tahu, makanya mungkin di-rearrange sekarang, di-rearrange. It was as it had been during the game he'd played with Nanjo until yesterday. After knocking all the pieces of the chessboard, he began to line them up again one by one. See, Po? See? It was a setup for an ongoing game.
そうだ、こうだ。私はクイーンを進めた。とても良い名手だった。
I advanced my queen, that was spectacular.
一手だった。お前は駒を見捨てるか見捨てないかに悩み、ずっと悩み。
Kinzo waited with the opposite seat empty. Surely very soon his opponent would appear there. And he would be able to restart this game again. You fool, Kinzo. You want to apologize? You want to see my face again? You want to make my smile an eternal thing? Why can't you say a much, much simpler word? Even though that is the sole element of this world. At that time, Kinzo muttered. Was it a prayer? An entreaty?
was probably best to just call it muttering.
Omae愛しているベアトリーチェ
They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say, without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Kinzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those words will never cause a woman to fall for you. That's right. Not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this special. At that moment, Kinzo definitely heard a small knock, one with a tempo that differed from those of the servants.
Diketok Rosa ini.
Real.
誰だ
The woman beyond the door didn't answer.
誰かと聞いておる返事をせるか
The woman beyond the door didn't answer.
まさか
Dia buka pintu terus mati.
Gila ini dicedor sama Rosa ini.
まさかベアトリーチェなのかベアトリーチェベアトリーチェ
The woman beyond the door answered. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive.
Really masih belum kelar episode 2, really? Really?
Sabar, anjir. Kita belum dapat banyak info. Oh.
Yang terakhir juga kelarnya udah mau jam 12 baru kelar.
Ya, setengah 12 ya.
Butter's figure was in the dining hall. He didn't feel like going back to the guest house in the middle of all this rain. And wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search for any place where he could sit before setting up camp in the dining hall.
Di-kick dia anjir.
He didn't even lock the door. He thought the shapeless murderer, or maybe the Golden Witch, might come to kill him now that he was isolated. But he no longer had any desire to resist. He didn't even feel like using a locked door to hold off the culprit. He wanted that person to come at him openly from the front. If it was the killer, he wanted to ask them about some of those wonderful cloakroom tricks as a parting gift. If it was the witch, he hoped she'd at least take his life with some spectacular magic. However, ironically, neither of these two came to meet him. Butler opened the liquor cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liquor to his heart's content.
Mabuk dia anjir.
Dia underage aja, what the fuck?
Bro, you're about to die. You care about underage drinking?
No longer was there anyone to scold him for drinking alcohol. He boldly rested his legs on the extravagant tablecloth and savored the high-quality liquor, which probably had a mind-boggling price, drinking it down straight from the bottle. Then, someone knocked. Butler realized that someone had finally come to greet him.
Kinzo.
おー、鍵なんかかかってねえぜ。誰でも入ってきてくれ。そして自己紹介を頼むぜ。人間なら
自己紹介だもんね。
ベアトリーチェだってんなら3サイズ
Please tell me your bust size.
俺はこう見えてもちょいと知られたおっぱいソムリエ
Sommelier.
Sommelier.
I want to have that title, a breast
現地でござい
sommelier.
ますバトラー様
Yeah.
源氏さんか。悪いがあんたのバストのサイズに興味はねえな。入ってくれよ。空いてるぜ。
失礼いたします
Genji-san opened the door and bowed. So, is Genji-san the criminal after all? Or maybe an accomplice? That theory would probably explain most of the tricks.
あんたが俺に引導を渡しに来たのかい？
そのようなことはございません無謀なようでしたら失礼いたします
おいおい、要件も伝えず失礼しますじゃかえって気持ち悪いぜ。何の用だよ。最後くらい好きにさせてくれ。
バトラー様は死せる最後のわずかな時間を
Berarti emang dari dulu deh minimal kah?
そのように怠惰に過ごされることをお望みですか
Those words pierced me. That wasn't true.
今さら何ができるってんだ。俺はいつだって死ぬ準備はできてるぜ。
親方様と同じですが
Oh ya kata sama.
本当にあなたは親方様の血を色濃く受け継がれている
あの豪傑なじい様が実はいつ死んでもいいと思ってたってのか。それは初耳だぜ。
Hatsumi
親
midase.
方様の人生はいくつかの悲しい出来事のす
Wah ini nih.
すべて食材のためのものとなり果てたのです
Lord dropnya di sini nih.
あんた
Ini
は
yang penting
何を知っ
po.
ているんだ。
ベアトリーチェ様の儀式も第8の晩までをすべて終えました。もうすべてをお話ししてもよいかと思いま
Wah.
なんだって。
My drunkenness was completely blown away. I lowered my feet from the table and listened carefully to hear what Genji would say next.
す。バトラス様、親方様の書斎へご案内申し上げます。
Terus
What?
ketemu mayatnya Kinzo anjing. Terus ketemu mayat.
親方様たち
Real.
直接お話を聞かれるのがよろしいでしょう。
The master and the mistress.
じい様たち。おい、それは一体どういう。
Jisama Tachi tuh maksudnya Kinzo ada dua.
Kinzo ada dua.
さ
Ya
あ、
ya
こ
ya.
ちらへ。
Ada banyak grandfather gitu.
申し上げま
Nggak
す
tahu yang lagi.
バトラ様、
Terus kantor 8 reference ternyata.
No.
After Genji-san told me to follow him, he started to walk down the corridor. Whoa. I threw my drunkenness off completely and went after him. What is this wasted on? We climbed up a big staircase towards the 3rd floor. Genji-san stopped walking halfway and pulled his gun. Okay. He then turned back and spoke.
バトラ様、これよりバトラ様は理解できぬものを見るでしょう。
What?
Okay.
脅すなよ。理解できねえもんなら今日嫌になるほど見てるぜ。
見えるものを見えるがままに、聞こえるものを聞こえるがままに 受け入れ
Terus
て
ternyata
ください
Cthulhu ini
な
ya,
ぜ
Cthulhu shit ya.
何も必要はありません。バトラ様はただ真実を知ることになるでしょう。それをお認めになるかお信じになるか、
What the fuck
あ
is
るい
this?
は否定されるかも。すべてバトラ様にお任せいたします。
Genji-san checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to know the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended, and on the 9th twilight the witch would revive, and nobody would be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already been revived. And it probably also meant that none of us would be allowed to return alive. If I was going to lose my life anyway, I wanted to know the truth in the end. It didn't matter how hard it might be to accept.
鬼が出ようと魔女が出ようと覚悟はできてるぜ。
本当にあなたは親方様の
Terus kelihatan semua orang lagi baris bilang happy birthday,
No way,
prank gitu. Prank.
どうかご勉学にお励みを。あなたは将来必ずや大きな志を持たれるでしょう。そしてその時足りぬ学力に一生後悔される。
Bro, you're saying like he won't die today, anjir.
勉学に勤しめる機会がもらえるならぜひな。
Oh, I have a theory.
Nggak apa-apa.
Nanti. Apa? Mirip yang kamu bilang yang kayak judge-nya itu, but on a different twist.
Apa
Genji-san's. You want me to say it now?
Apa? Coba ya apa?
So, kan Kinzo, nggak tahu ya, dari tadi ya, emphasize-nya selalu Butler tuh mirip banget sama Kinzo. You are alike the master. Mau alkohol side-nya lah, apa, insight-nya dia, critical thinking-nya dia, dan bahkan kayak rebelness-nya dia, right? Gue mikir benernya Kinzo pengen ngasih inheritance-nya ke Butler, tapi dia tahu anak kan like Kinzo tuh dari awal selalu bilang nggak ada anak gue yang layak buat ngambil kekayaan gue deh kakak. Dan Genji selalu ngamatin si Batra dan selalu bilang itu kan, oh, kamu mirip sama kakek gitu. As if Kinzo did all of this so that he can ensure yang dapat inheritance-nya itu Batranya. Dan Batra nggak tahu itu. Makanya kayak dia like he's supposed to win, tapi nggak tahu ada the killing and everything. Makanya dia hidup di run 1, di run 2 deh kakak. I feel like that's the route yang Kinzo pengenin gitu loh.
I don't think so. Let's see.
Let's see. My theory.
And then the door to grandfather's study, surrounded by a sweet smell, came into sight. Genji-san took a gold key with an elegant design out from his pocket. The master's key had been confiscated by Aunt Rosa, but he had kept the key to the study alone on his person. He put it in the keyhole and it made a heavy clunking sound.
親方様、源氏です。バトラ様をお連れいたしました。
There was no reply, but seemed that permission to go inside had been given.
さあ、バトラ
Ketemu
様、
Kinzo mati ya nih.
どうぞ
And then we didn't get any
お入り
explanation
く
of
ださい。
what broken.
Nggak. Kinzo mati juga part of the plan. I readied myself and threw the door open. Kinzo mati was part of the plan. At that moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was, unbelievably, a swarm of butterflies that shone gold. The gold butterflies that completely filled the inside of the study poured out all at once.
なんだこりゃ。
Excuse the episode berarti. It was almost like golden leaf confetti. The interior of grandfather's study was filled with a golden glow. And on a sofa-like reception chair in front of the study desk, I could see grandfather's back. There was someone on the side opposite from grandfather. It was in the shadow, so I couldn't see it well.
親方様、バトラ様をお連れしました。
バトラか。
バトラか。
いや、司教は忙しい。しばし沈黙せよ。
Kinzo declared that unhappily, his back still turned. Still alive, bro. It seemed he was enjoying a chess game with a visitor.
I don't believe this shit though.
Apparently, the opponent had counterattacked with a superb move. Kinzo seemed to be enjoying himself, as he thought deeply, while occasionally laughing and groaning.
I don't believe this shit.
30年考え
I don't believe this shit now. This shit is not real. Nah.
この一手をどう
But Batra is witnessing it.
30年考えたぞ
You think a sane butler would have seen it? No, this is insane butler.
楽しめ
He's drinking, it's after drinking.
30年を寝かせた我
Oh,
が一手を
is that
楽
it?
しめ
Is alcohol what we need
Is
to
alcohol.
see Beatrice? What?
All you need is the Kinzo alcohol.
まことにこの一手は味わい深き熟成された一手よ。楽しい楽しいかなわぬかなわぬ。
これはなんだってんだ。
来たかバトラしばらく待て金蔵のために沈黙をまだリザインは早いぞ金蔵わらわならもう数手は切り返せる
It should have been my first meeting with that witch. However, I knew this witch. Even though it was our first meeting.
Kinzo is actually future butler that comes into the past. This is the time paradox.
Or Batara is the clone for Kinzo's body.
No way.
Jadi vessel gitu. I knew her. From the portrait.
源氏バトラのために飲み物を振る舞えこの男によりふさわしきやつは何か
若き日より親方様が愛されている。いつものあれ。
それが良いぞ振る舞ってやれよくぞ来たな
Ya, ya.
後ろ宮バトラ
Harus mabuk buat ketemu witch-nya.
そなたはわらわの名を何度も呼んだなそれに免じわらわとの面会を許したそしてお前はわらわに何を聞く何を尋ねるのか黄金鏡の扉はもうじき開かれる魔女たちを迎え入れてのわらわの復活を祝う宴はもうじきだぞそれまでの間お前の問いにいくらでも答えてやろう
聞きてえことは山ほどある。この島で何が起こった、そしてどうしてこんな事件が起こった、密室についても聞きたい。礼拝堂は、ジェシカの部屋は。 小日室は夏代おばさんの部屋は、そして客場は。聞きたいことはまだまだある。魔女の正体は、本当にベアトリーチは魔女なのか。何が目的だ。俺たちに何をさせたい。俺をなぜここへ呼んだんだ。答えろ、全てだ。
やかましい。
やかましい。
答えは変えるのか。
そういうな金蔵。もろく儚い雲の巣もヘロデの王から守ってくれることもある。
King Head?
この世に無駄なものなどないように、無駄な質問もまた
Is
ない。
is that Islamic reference?
よいよい。すべての質問に答えようぜ。
Wow, baik banget.
ただし、条件が一つだけある。
なんだ。
Lick my feet.
すべてを聞き、わらわの存在に納得できたなら、ひざまずき、わらわの靴にキスをせよ。お前を屈服させたくて、わらわはここへ呼びつけたのだから。わらわと金蔵は賭けをした。金蔵が次の手をひらめくのと、わらわがそなたを屈服させるのと、負ける気はせぬぞ。
でけえ口を叩きやがって。ああ、いいぜ。俺を納得させてみろよ。お前が間違いなく魔女様で、不思議で素敵な大魔法を使えるってことを納得させてみろよ。
If I surrender, I'll kiss you.
Can do anything else. Ya kan kiss kakinya dia gitu.
But kissing you is different, bro. The witch cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly with the eyes that said, "A man can't go back on his word."
よくぞ言った。さーて、どの問いから答えようか。すべて答えるぞ。さあ、まずは何からだ。
Tamat. Tamat, jur.
No way.
Disuruh tea party kita.
No way, beneran tamat.
And then the witch started to tell everything. She began answering all of Butler's questions. Everything made sense. He was convinced by all of it, and then Butler had no choice but to admit it. The witch certainly did exist.
What's the reason? No, that's what fuck you. We asked if you want to get it.
What followed is a story that needs no retelling. When the king falls and you are defeated, it's time to start reflecting on your finished games. And then all you can do is set up the pieces one more time. I feel like these things are important, one showing on the screen right now, but I don't know which one are important.
No, they just think this is cool.
Second game, Turn of the Golden Witch result. Oh, at least aku nggak perlu nge-rap lah. Shiromiya Kraus died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the golden light and offered up as a sacrifice. Shiromiya Natsuhi died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the golden light and offered as a... Shiromiya Eva, first twilight. Shiromiya Hideyoshi, first twilight. Shiromiya Rudolph, first twilight. Shiromiya Kirie, first twilight. Jessica died on second twilight. Stake of Asmodeus. Kanan second twilight. Stake of Satan.
Tidak menjawab by the way, badannya Kanon kemana?
Yomigairu dia. Shannon for by stake of Mammon. Goda by stake of Beelzebub. George by the stake of Lucifer. Nanjo by the stake of Belphegor. And Kumasawa by the stake of Leviathan. The witch Beatrice revived on the ninth twilight. She finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Kinzo missing on the Twin Toilet. After he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. The witch did not invite this woman, who denied the witch's existence, to the Golden Land. Maria acknowledged the existence of the witch and invited to the Golden Land. Genji acknowledged the witch, invited to the Golden Land. Butler missing. Will he acknowledge the witch's existence and be invited to the Golden Land? Question mark. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. There they choose to revive the dead of the souls and the love that was lost. After all, if their desire had been a mountain of gold of any size, they would not have been able to receive it. Kinzo chose the person he had loved and lost. He had loved and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Genji chose a peaceful sleep. Lah, yang bobok Genji aja bukan Marianya. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice, because time ran out before any of the 18 could solve the riddle of the goal. All 18 died when the seagulls cried, none were left alive.
So this result is like they put a spinning board and they throw darts at it, and they write a whole episode out of it. I guess that's my conclusion.
Siapa yang hidup, siapa yang mati gitu ya.
Yes,
oh,
yes.
This episode we kill this guy.
Yeah.
But I feel like gini lah. If I were a writer and the last part of my chapter is all about how Ushiromiya Batra is just like Kinzo, it must have meant something. It must have been important. Terus ini kita ke Golden Land nih sekarang.
This is Umineko. Nothing is important.
It must have been important.
どこなのベアトリーチェ姿を見せなさいベアトリーチェ
Rosa finally arrived at the chapel. Kenapa lagunya malah goofy gini? Oh man. She pointed her gun around her, screaming the witch's name, but there was no way she could receive an answer. After grimacing slightly, she noisily approached the table where her sibling's corpse still lay exposed, and stretched out her arms towards a gold ingot. It was very heavy, but Rosa didn't mind. She wrapped that one up in a blanket and threw it over her shoulder.
せめてこの一つだけでもこれだけでも1000万以上の価値があるはず
Without letting go of her gun, Rosa picked up the gold as well. Her shoulders were screaming, but Rosa didn't mind.
もうすぐだねもうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開く
その気持ち悪い声で笑うのをやめなさいベアトリーチェはどこにいるのええ分かってるわどこかにいるんでしょあなたは知ってるんでしょどこ
知らない探さない
知らない
黄金鏡で会えるよ
あいてててて
その笑いをやめなさい私が笑いたいくらいよ
It almost makes me want to laugh.
あれは間違いなく魔女だったわ私は分かってなかった魔女を名乗る人間だと信じてた違うあれは本当に魔女だった私はあんなのにごまかされないわよいるんでしょ出てきなさいベアトリーチェ
Oh.
だからもうすぐ現れるよ黄金鏡の扉が開かれるよ
Masih ada pun.
Ya ternyata
Golden Land
そう
kita.
だそれでよかったのだ構わぬルークを捨てるぞ持てるものすべてを失う
You woman.
至ることもできぬキングがお前という女なのだ追い詰めるぞベアトリーチ
せめてクイーンと言えほう なかなかに妙し諦めの悪さがそなたの。いや後ろ宮の地か。
心地よし、実に優雅な夜だ。うわ
親方様、ベアトリーチェ様、そろそろ宴の時間でございます。
もうか、早い。お前と過ごす夜はいつも早く、月がリンゴのように落ち、川面より跳ねる小魚のように日が昇るのだ。
行こうではないか。時間だ。立てバトラ。わらわの復活を祝う宴の始まりだ。わらわの新しい家具。いや玩具として紹介しようぞ。俺キレキの
ganti main karakter berarti kita di chapter 3. Main pakai Rosa kita.
The witch was relaxing elegantly, her feet thrown out from the sofa and resting on top of the footrest.
Oh, kita main jadi George, aku retire. Just saying, I hate that man.
However, the footrest wasn't a part of the sofa, but a human. A human down on all fours when ya.
ベアトリーチェ様、お召し替えのドレス。
Wow, new
主人
sprite.
はお前だが、ホストは私だ。私は先に出ていよう。着付けの手伝いにシャノンでもおればよかったが、あいにく残れなかったようだな。使いたい時にいつもおらん。作れば使えんやつが。しかしお前はよく残ってくれた。嬉しいぞ、我が友よ。
Waga
あり
Tomoyo.
がたいお言葉です。
よい、二人とも先に下で待て。源氏、ご苦労。そのドレスはそこへ置いていけ。
かしこまりました。それでは
Mana new sprite, new sprite.
我らは先に行こ
pakai
う。
biasa ya.
ベアトリーチェ、後ほど。
I don't know, man.
I'm hoping for new sprite.
Kinzo and Genji left the study. After that, the witch and the dress and the furniture remained. Wah, kita bisa ngintip, jujur.
なぜわらわがそなたに肌を見せることを恥じぬか。
わあ
そなたは家具だから家具。わかるか。家具だよ、家具。家具に体をさらして恥じる者がどこにいよう。だからお前にわらわは恥じる必要がない。
Damn.
It should have been me!
The witch rose and her jacket slipped off just from her shoulders. After that, the jacket fell to the ground with a thump. When the furniture respectfully approached to pick up those clothes, the witch gave it a small kick and it fell over. The furniture was afraid of what misconduct it might have shown.
そなたは家具の分際でわらわに自らボタンを外させるつもりなのか。
Oi, buka, disuruh bukain, jir.
そしてこのボ
Let's
タンを
go.
外す。
Wow!
一つずつ。
Wow!
美しく。客人たちを待たせてしまうぞ。早くわらわを着替えさせろ。
Zang!
はい。
丁寧に外すのだ。そなたの目玉一つよりも高価なボタンであるぞ。間違ってちぎるようなことがあったなら代わりにそなたの目玉を縫い付けてやる。
I'm kinda down bad. When ya? Exactly, Mir. Any when ya in the chat?
Nah, fam.
The entrance hall was bustling with a crowd of shadowy people, and it sparkled gold with the gold butterflies flying about. The gentlemen in suits and tuxedos and the ladies in dresses looked like they were having a great number of friendly chats. At a glance, it might have looked like a fabulous medieval ball. But they all had one thing in common, and that thing was exceedingly bizarre, because all of them had goat heads. Was it a goat masquerade? Or did they really have goat heads? It probably couldn't be the latter, but in this bizarre world, I really didn't know which was true. Kinzo was amongst the goat nobles, greeting them. Kinzo's greetings were more respectful than would have been expected, as though these were all honored guests. At the time, Genji's voice rang out through the hall. It was a voice calling for silence. That voice stopped the idle chatter and everyone turned to face Genji.
今宵復活を遂げましたる我らが黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ卿のご入場でございます。皆様拍手をもってどうかお迎えください。
When Genji began to applaud, it quickly spread through the guests and becoming a roaring ovation. Oh, yang benar ini. Then the Golden Witch appeared from the top of the large staircase. As she gracefully waved her hand, followed by a piece of furniture she was fond of, she slowly descended the staircase. The goat nobles offered unanimous words of celebration in some long-forgotten languages. And those who were deeply intimate embraced, filled with joy at their reunion. As the witch offered greetings of reunion, the witch's furniture followed behind her the whole time. There was a chain around its neck. The other end was gripped in the witch's hand like it was a trained dog. Ow! 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 It wasn't there to restrain him. Those chains were a restraining device whose only purpose was to wound the furniture's dignity. He wasn't permitted to wear anything else on his body. Wow! Why? One of the young woman goats mixed in with the goat noble. So what? She's a goat? Quietly removed her goat mask as the furniture passed in front of her, and she spoke with eyes that had no light in them. That face seemed to belong to a long-haired young girl.
The fuck?
おお、ベルンカステル卿。これはようこそおいでよ。わらわの家具を気に入られたか？いい趣味ね。
After saying only that, the witch called Berncastel once again put on her goat mask. It was swallowed up by the shadows of the other tall goats.
負け惜しみを悔しがってるのよ。
違いないな。
The young woman goats giggled, and the witch once again let out a high-pitched laugh.
今宵は
我
々のためによく集まってくれた。久々に古今東西の旧友たちが集う魔女の宴を存分に楽しもうではないか。
Where old friends have gathered from past and present.
今宵を食い明かし、飲み明かし、すすり明かし、食いちぎり明かして、とことん楽しもうではないか。時計を見よ。終わりの時間と始まりの時間が溶け合う時を指すぞ。魔女の宴を始めよ
う。When the witch announced the beginnings of the banquet, the large clock pointed to 2400. The sound of a bell began to ring out.
さあ、今こそ黄金の扉を開こうぞ。
Oke. Not only kalau misalnya scene ini beneran ada, there is like 50 people in the fucking island at this point. Fuck you. No, this is not real. This is not real.
All at once, the butterflies sleeved in gold flew all around the inside of the room. Amidst the golden storm and the brilliant gold-colored light, the barrier between this world and another was cut open. I assume that all the goats and the witch that came here, no, maksudnya they're well, karena Twilight udah selesai makanya mereka bisa kesini. Surrounded by the goats' delighted voices, the mention of the human world and the mention of those non-human overlap. And the members of the household who praised the resurrections of the Golden Witch scattered into gold butterflies and poured out of the depths of hell. It was a golden tornado, a rondo of golden demons. Come, tonight we will put aside rank, throw open the wine cellar, drop the snake's head into the liquor pot, throw cows and chicken into the furnace alive. Not the cows, man. Drink and eat and sing and dance. Sneer and kill and desecrate and degrade. The gold nobles were suddenly crushing in around Kinzo, almost like they were kids demanding the signature of some famous movie star. There were only two differences. First, these were witches, not kids. And second, what these witches demanded was not a signature. The sea of goat nobles began to drown Kinzo. Only Kinzo's laughing voice echoed throughout the area. It was a grand mixture of laughter and his death throes. And Kinzo became wine and meat and bread. An aroma if slurped, a rich taste if gnawed, and a pleasant to tear to bits. The sound of his death throes lingered on sweetly, and if adorned with melted chocolate and golden argent, it would make a wonderful dessert. If you took the bones home, you could also use them in a soup. And the remains could even become toys for the children to play with. And they could also become splendid tools for fortune-telling that always brought misfortune. That entire scene was watched by the furniture. It was all fantastical. It was all demonic. Was the quaking of its supposedly paralyzed heart proof that it could still feel fear? At the time, its knees buckled, and the furniture's body fell down in the middle of the carpet. After all, the witch had kicked those knees from behind.
ひざまずき敬意を示せ。額を絨毯にこすりつけて己神の癒しさを示せ。両手を後ろで組み血肉のすべてをわらわに捧げることを誓え。
The furniture let out a painful voice. Fear is the most basic emotion humans have. Was that emotion reviving his sense of self, which should already have been slain?
まだまだわらわの家具にはふさわしくないか。よい、じっくりそなたを。 わらわ好みの、そしてわらわにのみふさわしい家具に仕上げてやる。今のそなたにできるのはせいぜい客人の方々を楽しませることくらいか。
The court nobles were surrounding the crouching furniture. It seemed their blazing blood-red eyes couldn't hide their ecstasy at this new young food that had been given. And from the ugly teeth that stuck out of the countless mouths, saliva. Or maybe the traces of meat and wine that they had just eaten dribbled down. As the furniture let out a wild scream, it retreated, still sitting on its backside. But the circle of goat nobles was closing in. Then the furniture looked at the witch's face. It had surrendered to the witch. So, believing that the witch would show some compassion, it stared at her face in the end. But there was nothing but scorn on the witch's face, and she wasn't even facing the furniture anymore. The witch went off to greet an honored guest with whom she had crossed gazes. The goat nobles looked down upon the furniture. Actually, they had been waiting. Just like how one must remove the cork in order to drink the champagne, they had to wait for one thing before partaking the offering served at this banquet. Of course, the furniture didn't know about this thing. But it came out of his mouth all by itself. Just like the unavoidable pop of a cork, it inevitably came out of his mouth. It was a scream. It was a sign that marked the beginning of the modest banquet at which he was to be served. Hell yeah. I think we need to reevaluate our goals.
No. This is not true.
By now, the garden was one both of roses and gold. A gold-colored garden where gold butterflies, gold fairies, and gold lizards rampaged and flew about wildly.
Maria,
Go, let's go. Kita main jadi Rosa next chapter aja. Rosa grasped her gun and the blanket wrapped around the ingot, and ran at the speed Maria couldn't match, sometimes pausing to call out Maria to run faster. So, she saw it every time. She saw the golden pursuers chasing them from the mansion. The mass of gold butterflies was chasing after them like a massive crawling hand. And strange-looking shadows with goat heads were chasing after them. There was no need for her to strain her eyes, because those blazing pupils told her what would happen if she was captured. Maria fell down. For just an instant, Rosa was ashamed by the thoughts of abandoning her daughter and running away, and the instant her feet touched ground, she ran back. The goat head that had sprinted over to get the first bite grabbed hold of the back of Rosa's own child hair and pulled. Rosa rammed into the goat's head with her shoulder, spun, bashed the back of her elbow into the goat's jaw, and buried her knee into the protruding chest. And she thrust the barrel of the gun inside the goat's head mouth as it doubled over from the pain in its gut. Whoa. Banger line right there, right? The blast from the Winchester's .45 caliber long cold bullet exploded inside the goat's head throat, and its medulla oblongata was instantly pulverized. The goat head hadn't understood. It had thought women were like pre-opened wine bottles. It had thought that turning them upside down would immediately make their deep red contents came out. Maria, who had been released, hugged Rosa. But the pursuer was still coming. They could see the giant goat heads who had given up pretending to be human, running towards them from across the rose bushes. Rosa spilled several extra bullets which had been in the pocket of her coat all over the place and told Maria to pick them up.
Maria, ママがもし倒れたら、あなたは走りなさい。海岸へ行くの。そして泳いで泳いで泳ぎなさい。この島のどこにも生き延びることのできる場所はない。やだ。ママと一緒。
Gila. Rosa's gun roared 4 times. But even though 4 shots really did hit the massive approaching goats in the chest, they didn't even flinch. The goats ran with a violent vigor, as though they had planned to crush Rosa and Maria with those massive bodies. Rosa grasped the blanket with the ingot in both hands, and she herself sprinted, pulling it along. Without even an ounce of fear of those strange-looking giants. If it's to protect my daughter, I'll overcome even hell. Whoop! Rosa roared. The goat heads roared. That terrible heavy ingot, after picking up a fearsome centrifugal force and speed, slammed into the head of the goat head. Blah! Rosa pulled a fountain pen from her pocket, but she held it crooked. She placed it in her palm, in the gap between her middle finger and her ring finger, so that it stuck out when she made a fist, almost like a stinger was growing out of it. Dia bikin kenakal aja. The stinger sliced into the left eye of the goat head as it fell over. Was the goat head's roar a scream? But Rosa's roar was different. She pulled back her fist and slammed it into the fountain pen that was still sticking into the goat's eye. The pointed tip was gouged into the depth of its head. Gila. Let me solo her, kata Rosa. When Rosa grabbed the gun Maria had thrown, the giant finally tumbled on the ground with a thunderous crash. However, at the same time, I saw the goat head pursuers on the other side of the rose bushes increase in number. I have gained enough distance for now. I held onto the blanket and wrapped around the ingot and the gun, and once again ran with Maria. Why am I running with a gun in my right hand and the gold in my left? Why don't I let go with one hand and grasp Maria's hand? Wow. I can't let go of the gun that protects my body. I can't let go of the gold that protects my future. But even so, I've let go the hand of my daughter, the one who is my future. Run, run, run. She got out of the rose garden and began to run down a staircase through a grove of trees. But Rosa knew. This path through the grove turned and twisted many times and only seemed to be long. She tore straight through it. She had played here often since her childhood years. So she knew. To the beach, to the beach. To the sea, to the sea, to the sea. And after reaching the sea, nothing to do but swim, swim, swim. And if Maria can swim, I'll carry her as I swim. There's nothing but death on this island. And she raced down the stair and she took a bad step. A violent pain ran up her left ankle and her mind went completely blank. Rosa fell down several stairs, shocked by her ankle, which was bent at an odd angle. And the blanket with the ingot wasn't there. She had let go of it the instant she fell and had disappeared somewhere into the darkness. Only the gun was left. Tremors in the earth were getting closer. It was only a matter of time before the goat heads flooded in. She didn't want to imagine how many there would be or how strange they would look. The lightly dancing gold pursuers arrived. The gold butterflies surrounded Rosa and Maria, waving and clamoring as though saying, "The prize is here! The prize is here!" Rosa couldn't even try to get up. The violent pain from her broken ankle was so great that she couldn't ignore it, even in her last moments. What am I doing? I had the gold which would have worth several million yen. I might have been able to start over with that, and yet I fell, lost it, and now my own life is in danger. And Maria's too? What has my life been? I was born into an incomprehensible family, with irritating older siblings since the day I was born. What did I do? No matter what I did or didn't do, I was always in trouble, and bullied, and made fun of. What has my life been? The roar inside Rosa's heart shriveled away and disappeared. It disappeared when she heard Maria's crying voice as she sobbed and clung to Rosa.
Maria, ママはちょっと用事を思い出したの。先に行っててちょうだい。やだ。ママと一緒がいい。ママが死んじゃ嫌だ。マリアはこんな悪いママでもママと一緒がいいと言ってくれるの。ママと一緒がいい。ママと一緒がいい。あなたのことを一番にしているように見せて、いつもあなたのことを後回しにしてきた。運動会に行った、授業参観に行った。でもいつもママは世間体のことばかりで、こんなママとでもあなたは一緒にいたいというの。こんな悪いママなのに。ねえママ、知ってる？世界にママは一人しかいないんだよ。いいママも悪いママもいない。
There is only Mama.
ママが一人いるだけだから、マリアは世界でたった一人ママがいてくれればいい。そしてママにとってたった一人のマリアになりたいの。機嫌が良くて甘やかしたいマリアと、邪魔だからいてほしくないマリアは別人じゃないの。マリアもたった一人のマリアなの。
Ada deh saudara itu Maria.
BPD is talking to another BPD about we are the same.
マリアにはたった一人のママなの。
私はなんてバカだったの。黄金なんかいらなかった。ただ
Still hate Maria though, kata
あなた
Mira.
だけが生きていればよかった。私はなんてバカなママだったの。
The shadows of the goats covered the sky even more thoroughly than the trees of the forest. Their roars blotted out the world with fear. Rosa, still hugging Maria, readied her gun with one hand. Oh, gila, one-handed gun.
マリア、一緒に行こう。ずっと一緒よ。ママが迷わないようにずっと一緒に。
すぐに会えるよ。ずっと一緒だよ。黄金鏡で会えるよ。そしたら一緒に遊ぶの。ママはまだ1問しか解いてないけど、マリアは全部解いちゃったんだよ。だからマリアが出題してあげる。
She had bought it as a birthday present and then hadn't played it with Maria after the first night.
遊ぼうね。約束する。
Those eyes, sparkling like red-hot lava, looked just like a group of fireflies. They danced, closed in, and attacked. 来いよー！
銃弾を食らいたいやつから前へ出ろよ。
When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors.
So what's the apa penjelasan yang diberikan apa Beatrice sampai si Gabriel menyerah? Where?
Ayo kita main sebagai Maria next
I want
episode,
to
right?
be disbelief. I want to be disbelief. Fuck you, Beatrice. Yeah. Fuck you, Umineko writers. Okay. Fuck you, UKC7.
Addition of new features. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. I think we're looking at the game in the wrong angle.
No. There is a scientific explanation for all of this motion. Okay?
Ini yang Tipati biasa apa yang tanda tanya?
Party biasa.
Ah, Tipati. Tuh kan, jadi Rosa kita. No way! Rosa awoke from her doze. It must have been a very deep sleep. Her mind was hazy and she wasn't thinking clearly. Where is this? It felt like some mansion, but it didn't seem to be the Ushiromiya mansion. She could see a room that looked like a parlor, and there was some tea that had been prepared. It had probably been made for her. Around the room, some glitter that looked like gold leaf drifted about, making the scene look quite fantastical. When she eventually realized that they were gold butterflies, it further strengthened that impression. There was someone across from her. A woman. A lady? It was the portrait's witch.
Motherfuckers Butler?
Hilang Butler, Cok. Hilang, Cok. Orang udah jadi furnitur dia. Udah bukan orang lagi, jir.
She seemed to be having a one-sided conversation. She was probably talking to Rosa. But Rosa, whose mind was clouded up by a deep thought, didn't have a clue what was being said.
何でもよい。そなたが望むものがあるならば、そのすべてを与えよう。その強運への褒美と思うもよかろうし、わらわの求めに対する正当な対価と考えてもよい。そなたにとっては、全く大したことではないかもしれない。しかしわらわにとっては、それだけ意味がある取引だということ。
What deal?
Apa si Maria minta tolong ke Beatrice supaya supaya
Oh.
bisa baik lagi sama dia.
Wait, is she talking about? I don't know.
ただ、せっかくわらわは魔女なのだが、魔女にしか叶えられない願いを求めるのが利口ではないかと思うぞ。せっかくの機会ではないか。この黄金のベアトリーチェから恩恵を得られるなど。
Finally, Rosa started to feel the blood flowing through her body. Her movements were still sluggish, and she couldn't even voice the words she was thinking.
わらわの通り名は黄金の魔女、金蔵に与えたように。山なす黄金を与えることは造作もない。何しろ人の世の快楽はすべて金で換算できる。すなわち黄金こそが人の世の快楽そのものなのだ。そなたは想像ができるか？生涯をかけても使い切れぬ黄金の山が。
As the witch blew on her pipe, multicolored smoke enshrouded their surrounding. As she did this, the inside of the fowler was suddenly filled with stacks of gold ingots. It looked like a shining gold-colored wall. If each ingot was worth several 10 million yen, how much would all of this be worth? It seemed sinful to even think of such a number.
しかし、人の世は難しい。どれほど空高く積み上げた黄金であろうとも、満たされぬものがあることを知っている。埋められぬ隙間があることを知っている。そなたのそれをわらわが埋めてやるというのはどうか。なるほど、これはいい。わらわにしか与えられぬものだ。そなたもさぞや喜ぼう。口にせずともよ。そなたの心の隙間など顔に書いてあるからすぐにわかるぞ。
Enak banget OST ini. Rosa felt a touch of discomfort at this witch, who kept on talking even though Rosa hadn't uttered a single word. But since she still couldn't manage to speak and was so helpless that it was difficult to even move a finger, she couldn't do anything but listen.
そなたの深き心の傷はどこまで遡れば癒せるのか。これは深い深い。時に破片を飲み込んだまま傷口が閉じてしまうこともある。そういう傷は見た目には癒えていても永遠にうずきを感じ続けるものだ。完全に治すために今一度傷口を開くこともあろう。
As the witch spoke, she stared deep into Rosa's eyes. What in the world was she peering at? Rosa felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't look away.
そなたの痛みはすでに生まれながらにして運命づけられたものか。これはなんともつらいものよ。言わずともよい。 わかるわかる。
Rosa was gradually being sucked into the witch's eyes. Then the world grew dark, spinning round and round as she was sucked in.
Dah tamat. Lanjut ke part kedua.
ローザ、ローザ。どう
Ini
して
kita
お前
hidup
はそ
ulang
んなに
sebagai
バカな
Rosa
の
ini.
か。
Dikasih hidup baru Rosa ya.
Ah, that's Kraus Nissan's voice. Kraus Nissan is a real adult, so he's very smart. So, he hated the stupid kid Rosa. He was a very scary person. I was often hit, and my toys were taken from me and broken. I was apparently being punished for something bad I've done, but I never really understood what it was or why I was being punished. I was always punished suddenly and then later told what the punishment was for, in a forced manner. But it was always something I didn't remember doing. So I really hated Kraus Nissan.
Yes, langsung disuruh. She doesn't
Apa?
even remember when she switch personality.
Yep. Told you then. Dapat DVD dari Kinzo, real.
Yang masa yang your life has been ruined from the very start of your birth itu ya dapat BPD pas lahir ya.
ローザ、ローザ、どうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか。
Oh, that's Eva Nissan's voice. Eva Nissan is a real adult, so she's very smart. So, she hated the stupid kid Rosa. She was always a very sly person, and she often lied to me, tricked me, bullied me all the time. Apparently I was stupid, and she said it was only natural for stupid people to be swindled by those smarter than them. So, I wanted to become a wise person like Eva Nissan and listen to what she said. But when I obeyed her, for some reason someone always got really mad at me. So I really hated Eva Nissan.
What the fuck did Kraus did anjir? Rudolph did. What the fuck does Rudolph did?
ローズ、ローズ、どうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか。
Ah, that's Rudolf Nissan's voice. Rudolf Nissan really knows how to get things done. So he hated the stupid kid Rosa. When Kraus Nissan was around, he would be friendly with Kraus Nissan. When Eva Nissan was around, he would be friendly with Eva Nissan. And when Kraus Nissan wasn't around, he would be violent with Kraus Nissan. He would be violent like Kraus Nissan. And when Eva Nissan wasn't around, he would play dirty like Eva Nissan. And even though he was also bullied most of the time, when Kraus Nissan and Eva Nissan weren't around, he gave me 2 people's worth of bullying. So I really hated Rudolf Nissan. But these were my memories from when I was a kid. It's common for unfair things to happen between kids. And you must not hold into grudges for such things forever. With time, those memories get buried away. And forgetting them bit by bit is supposed to be part of growing up and becoming an adult. So becoming an adult is the same as separating yourself from all those memories. And because of that, no matter how much time passed, Rosa couldn't become an adult. Even though she had been blessed with a daughter called Maria and was called a mother, she didn't at all feel like she had become an adult. The witch pitied her for that, and she smiled, saying that she could heal that pain herself.
どうやって癒すのか。可能ではあるが簡単ではない。時間を巻き戻し、そなたに兄と姉がいなかった世界を与えることもできよう。しかしそれでは、そなたは兄と姉に苦しめられた記憶が残らず、 故にそれをもって褒美であると言われても納得はできまい。飢えは癒してこそ満たされる。飢えそのものをなかったことにしても誰も感謝しない。日々の飽食に感謝する若者がいないようにな。わかるか？
I think she's telling me something really complicated. In short, even if she makes it so I never had older siblings, that wouldn't remove my pain. Maybe that's what she's saying. Strictly speaking, that's not quite right. Healing isn't the same thing as removing pain. It's the pleasure we earn as compensation for withstanding pain. Therefore, removing the pain isn't healing. To know the joy of healing, you have to know the pain.
となれば、そなたの痛みに報いる喜びがいる。そなたは苦難の過去を誇っていい。苦難を知らぬ者には味わえぬ快楽を知る資格があるからだ。この快楽を知る者は同じ喜びを他者にも与えずにはいられなくなる。
When the witch snapped her fingers, even though the room was still filled with a mountain of gold and had already lost all semblance of reality, a fabulous tablecloth appeared on top of the table, and a wonderful meal was laid out, almost as though it was the opening of a banquet in the castle from some fairy tale. For an instant, Rosa truly did feel a pleasurable surprise at how fabulous it was. But at the same time, she felt a bit of anticlimax. After all, she didn't think being bullied by her sibling could be wiped away by just one meal, no matter how delicious.
食は人の快楽の多くを占める。生涯生き続ける限り豚のように食い続けなくてはならぬ。一食で足りなければいくらでも。その心の痛みがいい。
We'll get fat Rosa next
美食の
episode.
宴を続けようではないか。始めろ、家具ども。
As the witch clapped twice, there were suddenly 2 goat-haired servants there, and they began to prepare the meal. From the beautiful dishes adorning the table, they efficiently took some food and began to pile it up on Rosa's plate. It really did look delicious, but Rosa's body still felt as heavy as lead, and there was no way she'd be able to eat. Maybe they also understood that. The goat-head servant tied a napkin around Rosa's collar and gallantly brought a glass of before-dinner alcohol to her mouth, tilting it for her. She remembered an old servant who had once carried rice porridge to her mouth when she was laid up with a high fever. She couldn't drink it well, and it dripped down from her mouth, but she felt the fragrant sweetness spread throughout her mouth.
ドイツ産の寄付ワインにあやかった甘きアペリティフよ。白ワインを赤きゴールデンドロップで染めたワインカクテルだ。名付けるならば、ブラッディー・クラウスか。
ブラッディー・クラウス。
そなたの兄を圧搾機にかけて絞り出した血のゴールデンドロップだけで染めてある。
I was actually thinking ini dagingnya daging lari ya ke Arsaujir ke never mind.
Rosa coughed violently, and the bright red that stained her face made it look as though she had coughed up blood.
そなたは紅茶に詳しかろうから意味がわかろう。ゴールデンドロップとは最後の一滴のことだ。紅茶で最も貴重な一滴と言われている。そして血のゴールデンドロップも同じ。人間から絞り出せる血液の貴重なる最後の一滴。 あれにて絞る。
As the witch snapped her fingers, a bright red veil that had been set up before something large was removed. The solemn and massive machine there was just like a coffin for a large-sized person, with many large bulb-like things stuck to it. And it looked like a sinister torture device. By its unnerving shape, she could tell that with a human strength, it could be used to tighten and compress something. And it seemed that there was still some squeezed dregs remaining. Ugh. Because of the bright red remains that stained it.
しかしゴールデンドロップは一度に一滴しか取れぬ。どんな人間からも一滴以上は取れぬというわけだ。しかしわらわは魔女。人を蘇らせることもまたたやすい。
When the witch snapped her fingers, the human compressor suddenly began to shake. She could also hear a groan. It looked almost as though someone sleeping in that man-sized coffin had woken up and now struggling to get out. But that was wrong. What was inside definitely had been squeezed dregs. Using her magic, the witch would once again revive the squeezed dregs to how they had been before they were squeezed. 3 goat-head servants with muscular physiques approached the compressor and forcefully started tightening the large bulb. As they did, an unearthly moan came from inside the coffin. Rosa thought she knew the owner of that voice.
Tea Party number 1 was real cool and stuff. What the fuck happened?
料理は料理場でがふさわしい。もう十分だ。下がれ。ゴールデンドロップがどれほど貴重なものか、それを集め、それほどに赤く染めるには何十人分も絞らなければならない。
The witch definitely said that only one golden drop could be taken from a single human. And yet she had dozens of people's worth of golden drops from a single human. Only a witch could do this. The golden witch Beatrice could kill a single human endlessly. In other words, before Beatrice, even death did not mean freedom.
二口目はいらぬか。この男に殴られて口中に滲んだ血を飲み込んだ日を忘れたか。そうそう、あの味を思い出せ。こぼし尽くして枯れ果てた涙の味を思い出せ。その悔しき思い出を癒して足りるアペリティブであると信じている。
Once again, the goat-head servant tilted a deep red glass against her mouth. Rosa tried resisting by closing her lips, but the deep red liquid was relentlessly poured into her mouth, which hung open with shock, and the inside of her mouth was filled with a ghastly sweetness. It definitely was a fragrant sweetness. The living blood of her brother, who had given her such hateful thoughts and made her soak her pillows so many times, had been collected from his death repeated dozens of times. How could the crimson-stained wine not be sweet? But Rosa tried to spit it out. Because of that, the deep red wine that spilled out of Rosa's mouth looked just like a blood stain. Now that she knew that this ghastly substance wasn't a simple aperitif,
Rosa couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about what would happen if this banquet continued.
それは旬の野菜による二枚舌のサラダ風だ。お前がいつも食いちぎってやりたいと9歳の誕生日の日に願ったエヴァの舌で作った念願のサラダよ。
When Rosa heard the true nature of the pink-colored meat piled up in the salad, she had sudden impulse to vomit her guts out. Furthermore, the goat servant stuck a fork in it, carried it to Rosa's mouth.
姉の二枚舌のお味はどうか。さぞや柔らかくとろけるであろう。
It probably would be quite sweet, soft, and enchanting in her mouth. After all, Eva's lies were always sweet, and young Rosa had always listened to them. And you might say the stimulating pepper seasoning expressed the truth behind those lies well. What the fuck? As the tongue salad that kept being pushed into Rosa's mouth was covered with saliva, she spat it out. But the goat head servant carefully returned it to the plate and carried it to Rosa's mouth over and over again.
言うに及ばず、そのサラダにはエヴァの舌を5枚も惜しげなく使っている。舌は1人から1枚しか奪えん。しかしわらわなら何度でも奪える。
Bohong itu lidah sapi dipotong terus dia itu lidah Rosa lidah
Eva. Look, even if it is cow's tongue, I don't want to be, force-fed. As Rosa's tears dripped down, she resisted frantically. However, the only way she could resist was by refusing to swallow. Even if she didn't swallow it, the taste of the French dressing increasingly permeated Rosa's mouth.
お気に召さぬか？まだまだ料理は続くぞ。ルドルフの顔の皮で包んだ続きのパイ。大味噌を茹でたスープに肝臓のフォアグラ。デザートにも期待せよ。兄弟だけではないぞ。お前が信頼し、にもかかわらず裏切った人間たちをふんだんに調理した。この宴を、そなたの心が満足するまで、嬉しいだろう。後ろ見やろうぜ。嫌がるふりなんかするなよ。本当は嬉しいってのは分かってるんだぜ。笑いたくば笑えばいい。
It's a ritual to becoming a witch.
And if you won't feel better until you heard a raw performance of your annoying older sibling screams, I'll let you hear them as much as you like. Wow.
いいんだよ、いやいやで。それがお前の性分なんだろ。本当は全身が泡立つほどに嬉しいんだよ。なのに表向きは苦しんでるふりをしてるだけなんだよな。いいんだぜ。ここにはお前が気にする世間体も対面も何にもない。存分の大笑いして食い散らかせよ。最高の宴だろ。後ろ見やろうぜ。やめて。すまぬ。デザートを驚かそうと思って内緒にしていたが、明かせばフルコースを食べ遂げようという励みにもなるだろう。デザートはお前が愛しているふりをし続けなければならないマリアとリンゴのオーブン焼きだよ。うまそうだろ。こいつを食べればお前は全てから解放され自由だよ。自由。やっ とローザという一人の人間として自由を得るんだよ。嬉しいだろう。
Oh, I'm sick. I want to throw up.
Apa?
I don't like. I'm squeamish. Kayak description kaki patah aja aku. Oh gitu. Suddenly, a muscular goat cook was holding Maria under his arm, and Maria gazed at Rosa's face. At Rosa with a face that was only slightly sad.
ママ、マリアのこと邪魔だった？
Wah. As Rosa spat out the food that was continually being carried to her mouth. And she was covered with filth and saliva and blood. She resisted filthily and screamed.
ママがマリアのこと邪魔なら、マリア食べられても平気。だってマリアはいつもママにひどいことばかり。ママが男の人を連れてくる時も静かにできなかった。ママが男の人とお泊まりしてくる時、寂しくて暴れてお部屋を台無しにした。勝手に探しに行って、
That's the lottery got the rob.
警察のお世話になってママに恥をかかせた。何日も帰ってこなくて泣いちゃって、近所の人に慰めてもらってママに恥をかかせた。こんなマリアだからママの迷惑になってる。生まれてきてごめんなさい。だからマリアはママのために美味しいリンゴのオーブン焼きになるの。そしたらママに初めてマリアがいてよかったって、マリアを食べて美味しかったって思ってもらえるかな。
美味しいよね。感類にむせべよ。娘がここまで行ってるぜ。マナ娘とリンゴのオーブン焼きなんて最高のデザート。これだけ美味しい食材に育てられるなんて、あんた最高の母親だぜ。
最高の母。
やるぜ。
ママ、今までありがとう。バイバイ。
Bye bye.
待ってマリア、違うの。もうやめて、もうやめて。こんなの嫌。私はこんなこと望んでない。もうやめて、もう許して。いややめて。
Bro, I thought we're gonna start episode 3 dengan what if Rosa gitu. Kayak Rosa ya dikasih kehidupan ulang sama Beatrice. That's it.
我がもてなしに満足してもらえたか。ならばそなたには認めてもらう。わらわが魔女であると宣言せよ。後宮ローザはベアトリーチェを魔女と認めると宣言。認めます。後宮ローザはベアトリーチェを魔女だと。だからマリオを返して。私を解放して。ついに認めさせたぞ。小賢しきバトラはすでに屈服し、黄金鏡に招かれながらわらわを否定する愚か者ローザにも認めさせた。完璧。It's perfect。
It's perfect。
成し遂げたぞ。完璧な勝利を。さあマリアを連れて行け。ローザに美味なオーブン焼きを振る舞ってやれ。
うまそうだな。
おいし。
てめえの牛血をスライスしてサンドイッチを作ってくれ。
Apa nih?
その声は。
An arm grabbed the back of the witch's head and smashed her face into the table. Wow. As it did, the witch broke to pieces, turned into a cloud of gold butterflies, and reformed into her body a short distance away.
バトラー、貴様、家具となって魂まで屈服していたはず。
そのつもりだ。
The gambit nih, ada gambit.
てめえの趣味の悪いレシピに耳を貸してるうちに腹が減ってきちまってよ。
Aku juga pengen sandwich Beatrice.
魔女の丸焼きが食いたくなってきちまったのさ。それからマリア、自分を食べてなんてセリフは10年早えぜ。ただし10年経ったら必ず俺に言えよ。
Aduh.
約束だぞ。
What the fuck, Batra? What the fuck, Batra? What?
待たせたな、ローザおばさん。俺は忘れてたぜ。こいつは俺とこの女の一騎打ちだったんだ。俺が屈するわけには断じていかなかったんだ。ローザおばさんが粘ってくれたおかげで再び戦う気力を取り戻せたぜ。
This person. He gave up down to the depths of his soul and surrendered to me, didn't he? I see. He doesn't know when to give up. Just what I expect from Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild. So the chick of a phoenix is a phoenix after all.
威勢が良い。気に入った。そうでなくてはな。わらわの期待する後宮バトラとはそうでなくてはならん。わらわを否定してみろ。そしてそれをわらわは完膚なきまでに叩き潰す。何度でも屈服させてやろうぞ。一度靴を舐めたそなたに何度でも敗北の味を教え込んでやる。
上等だぜ、この後宮バトラ。泥を吸ってでも立ち上がる男だってことを教えて
Bro,
や
you
る。
can aura farm after what you
俺
did in
は喧
episode
嘩で
2,
無敵
bro.
だった話はね、何度か負けてる。だがな、必ず泥を吸って立ち上がる。そして必ず蹴りをつける。男の喧嘩はな、負けを認めない限りどれだけ叩きのめされようと負けじゃねえんだよ。一本取られただけで俺が参ると思うなよ。楽しませてやるぜ、ベアトリーチャー。
受けて立とうぞ後宮バトラ。家具
Ini hype moments and aura we don't get a lot.
This is Kanto 9.
その
Slender.
間に
I'm
貴様には
I'm retiring as the co-host of PN Saturday.
こたびのゲ
Can't
ーム
believe
で
you
は
don't like
密室
Canton
も多
9.
いぞ。
It's not that I don't like Kanto 9. It's not that I hate Kanto 9. It's I really hate. Okay, I will tell you this. I really hate the moment they split up the singles.
What?
Yes, I do.
I don't know. I don't know this man. For those who want to watch the continuation of Yen Saturday, please go ahead and go to my channel. We will be hosting it by myself. No longer will be having this channel. Can't believe it. Can't believe it.
そなたの逃げ工場のほとんどをわらわが赤で叩き潰した。その上でさらにどのようなへりくつで言い逃れてみせるのか。礼拝堂の鍵、ジェシカの部屋の鍵、使用人室の鍵、夏日の部屋の鍵、100万。お前らのお得意な奇想天外、妄想暴言空想はったり、とんでも超展開斜め上でわらわをとことん否定してみせろよ。
ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
全然ダメだぜ。Real anjing, literally hype moments and aura doang, gak ada explanation apa-apa. The fuck?
Okay. The thing that really this is out of topic. This is out of topic. Okay. I'm going to gue bakal bahas Kanto 9 sedikit. Kenapa menurut gue Kanto 9 split up Cinderella itu jelek banget? Kenapa? Soalnya kalau dengan kayak gitu orang-orang yang bisa interaksi dengan Ryoshu-nya jadi makin dikit. Ini yang dibawa sama Ryoshu siapa? Otis sama Mersol. Dua-duanya yang paling gak peduli sama Ryoshu aja. Fuck? What they thinking? What?
Okay. What would you like to happen?
I like that moment in lot of kantos, kayak pas kanto 7 apa Yisang bisa relate sama si Honglu atau pas kanto 8 kanto 8 atau pas kanto 4 si apa tuh si Honglu bisa nyadar kalau apa tuh dia tuh pas lagi nge-roleplay jadi apa abangnya si Yisang tuh dia kayak dia ngerasain sesuatu dari karakter ini gitu. That's so cool man. Apa tuh orang sidar trying to help each other gitu. What happened in lain aja.
The problem is it was an established problem that the sinner have that the sinner knows. How the fuck am I as Ryoshu supposed to make that? She doesn't know shit. Ryoshu gak tahu masalahnya gimana. That's the problem. How are you supposed to?
Maksudnya pas udah terakhir ketahuan kalau siapa Ryoshu itu apa ternyata siapa itu ternyata Araya gitu.
Yeah, what happens after that? There's a Heathcliff moment with Ryoshu.
After that kan tiba-tiba si Ryoshu-nya Ryoshu technical di-stop gitu apa biasanya.
The only one who can sever the thread is her.
What I mean is pas lagi si Ryoshu-nya lagi jadi muga kayak gitu, I don't know, maybe there's like someone that can also encourage her, I don't know, apa tuh
Which happens, we encourage Araya.
Yeah, we, but not the other sinner. Apa kalau si siapa? Kalau gini. Kalau kayak si kantornya si Ismail dibantuin sama Heathcliff gitu. Heathcliff juga yang bantu banyak banget gitu pas udah pada relate.
It was right? It was pre-ending. It was the build up, right? What happened at the last part of Canto 6? It was us. That's it. Only us, Catherine, and fucking Heathcliff. That's it. How the fuck would they relate? They don't even know Cathy exists. I can't believe it.
I also apa ini lagi Umineko ngapain bahas ini.
I can't take the slander, Mir. I can't take the slander. Dia bilang Kanto 9 was just hype moment and aura. Anjir, I can't.
Sama yang gue paling berasa ini ya, paling miss ya. Kayak sama Kanto lain tuh kita belajar tentang corp lain gitu. Di corp ini tuh kayak gini, apa tuh entah budayanya, entah teknologinya, entah apa gitu. Bahkan di kantonya si siapa? Kantonya Don Quixote, kita tuh belajar tentang blood veins gitu. We learn something new gitu. Iya sih kita belajar apa?
Is the finger not something existing in your head?
I'm pretty sure we only learn about the nurse father, not the finger itself gitu. Kayak apa? Awalnya gue pikir tuh nurse father itu kayak atas paling tingginya finger gitu loh.
Mira, maksudnya Mira, Kanto 9 ada anime, Kanto 4 gak ada anime, Kanto 9 lebih dari Kanto 4. No,
gini, walaupun pure aura dan apa pure aura dan apa istilahnya pure aura and hype
moment.
Lo pikir gue kayak gitu gak suka, yang suka aja, cuman if we compare it to another Kanto, okay?
Do you not see the relation between the nurse father and their technical children? That's how they treat everyone in their each respective fingers. Don't you learn from
Gini,
that?
imagine kalau Ryoshu actually nge-confront salah satu Nurse Father ya gitu, dan kayak mungkin ada ya apa tuh ada resolutionnya gitu masing-masing Nurse Father. But I don't know man.
If Ryoshu were able to confront each of the Nurse Father, I would say that's good. Like if we had that would be better.
Yeah.
But then the main theme would not be about Ryoshu and her daughter. The main theme would be Ryoshu overcoming her past trauma with their fathers. The main theme di sini adalah parents could be wrong and that's okay. That's why the Nurse Fathers were also wrong, and theoretically it's not okay, but some of them can be okay. That's the theme. Kalau kita confronting Nurse Father-nya, that's not the theme. The theme would be facing childhood trauma, which is different. Kalau timnya adalah facing childhood trauma, how the fuck would Araya be involved in all of this?
Aside all that, one thing I really hate in Kanto Night is tiap kali kita final battle kan, apa tuh sinner yang di Kanto itu cuman bahkan Honglu gitu, bahkan apa kayak head itu ada kejadian di Headmile apa Headcliff, Honglu, Don Quixote apa kalau udah di final battle itu mereka bakal cuman meranggah doang gitu, nggak ada quote sinnernya gitu.
What? Huh? Can you try to make it more comprehensive? I don't understand what you say.
Jadi gini, kalau misalnya lu pakai identity Honglu full stop kan ada ngomong-ngomong Headcliff, Tsushima, terus Headcliff balas apa gitu. Nah cuman kalau misalnya pas lagi lawan neneknya kan Honglunya nggak ngomong kayak gitu kan, Honglunya cuman ha gitu, nggak actually semua dialog combat scenernya tuh dihilangin gitu kalau lu misalnya nggak pakai identity kayak Lord of Honggan Honglu gitu atau gimana gitu.
Oke, terus?
And di fight-nya Rian itu dibikin lebih parah karena pas kita manggil semua sinner yang lain juga nggak bisa ngomong. Yang bisa ngomong di pas battle itu cuma Mersalt sama Otis, which is why? What the fuck is wrong with them?
I don't even notice this.
Gue tuh kesel banget, kayak rasanya battle-nya hampa banget gitu loh. Lu cuma dengerin omongannya Rian doang sama Otis ngerangga-rangga, dan kalau lu bawa Mersalt sama lu kalau bawa jadi cuman Yoshinya cuman nah terus kalau lu bawa Mersalt sama Otis jadi main party baru lu bisa denger dialog sinner kan lu gak bakal denger kalau misalnya lu bawa Otis sama Mersaltnya di belakang anjing. Holy shit, that's so dumb anjing. What the fuck is wrong gitu.
I didn't realize that. I didn't notice that. I brought Ryoshu, I brought Don, that's it. Well, maybe that's bad. Like, that part, okay. But that's interaction, that's not the story. The whole story is the theme, the whole story is the characters fitting. We can agree to disagree on this one because I can't understand why you have such things. Like you're glossing over the main theme just for your nitpicks gitu loh.
You know me. One really good thing that I like, that's like the best thing I ever know in this universe.
Yeah, there's one bad thing that you hate and it's instantly hype moments in Aura. I don't understand this, man. Mira udah marah tuh, Bang. Please stay with Umineko topics, thank you. I can't stand this, man. I can't stand this. We need to reset, guys. We need to change VN. I can't handle this, man.
さて、お楽しみいただけたか？
ここまで一方的なワンサイドゲームだと見応えを通り越して退屈よ。
これは相変わらずお点が辛い。退屈を愛さないベルンカステル教にふさわしい迫力ある展開だったと自負していただけに、これは手厳しい。
迫力についてはまあ認めるわ。ただフェアなゲームとしてはひどいものね。もう少し対等な条件でないと。
勝ち目がないと言われるか、ベルンカステル教に。
どういう意味かしら、ベアト。
ごまかさなくてもよい。すでに知っておるぞ。そなたが傍観者でないこと
What?
隠し通せているつもりか。そなたは人の領地まではるばるやってきて、わらわの逆の目に張る不届き者よ。わらわのゲームを傍観するつもりでいて、わらわの敗北に熱く張っておるのだろう。
Gue sedang berpikir kalau kayak gitu si Berkastel jadi siapa?
Okay, kalau kamu mulai berpikir gitu, then you would admit that witches exist. Which is contradictory to what we've been trying to do. So, is Bernkastel real or not?
Okay, multiverse exists in this world, like.
Okay, now we're talking about multiverse. Might as well talk about magic if we're talking about multiverses.
We already confirmed that Berkastel itu dari tempatnya Higurashi, dan Higurashi itu pretty sure happen in another universe, not in this one. So, by that logic, ada Berkastel jadi ini Berkastel yang di sana, ada Berkastel yang di sini. Nah, Berkastel yang di sini bisa aja orang lain gitu, bisa aja Maria.
Would it be easier to accept that magic exists more than multiverse where Higurashi is real?
I don't think so.
This is what I'm working with, chat. I need you guys to understand. My sanity has been on the negative side with this man.
I honestly, genuinely, I believe multiverse exists more in real life. I believe multiverse
In real life?
rather than magic. Yeah, in real life. I believe so.
Look, I believe magic more than multiverses.
I believe magic exists in other multiverses, but in this one,
Okay, would it be in our universe? What's wrong with them? What? You believe in multiverse, and in the other multiverse that magic can exist? Why the fuck do you not understand that magic could exist? What? At this point, I'm being rage baited. I'm being rage baited so hard right now. I don't envy you, Bli, kata Pamya. Please take over my seat, Plam. This is your game. Continue. I'm saying all of this between Bernkastel and Beatrice, there's subtle hints in their words, but they're not real. We should be thinking that they're not real. Both Bernkastel and Beatrice.
I agree. But
Okay, we can agree on that.
I'm trying to think if what Beatrice saying is true, then what is being, what Berkastel
So we're saying some outsider does, but it doesn't have to be a witch.
あのラムダデルタ教を退けた最強の魔女ベルンカステル教と戦える機会を賜れるとは本当に愉快よ。
ええ、私も愉快よ。そこまで自信満々のあなたがボロボロに負けるところが見たくてはるばるやってきたんだもん。
なんと素直なお人なのか。それにしてもわらわと大ベルンカステル教との対決をただの一人の感染者もなくというのはいくら
Dia ngajak orang baru ya.
というもの。
Enggak, itu bola matanya ngadep ke kita.
呼んだのね。
True.
Oh, never mind.
No, see? あの子。 Ada Mesugaki kan.
Ini siapa lagi?
Mesugaki
Ini
ini.
dari game mana lagi? Mana lagi? Ini dari game mana lagi nih?
I knew it, Mesugaki
よう
aja.
やく見つけたわ、ベルンカステル。
ごきげんようラムダ。あなたも暇ね。退屈を愛さない同士、再び巡り合うのは運命かしら。
バカな子ね。私に勝てたのはちょっとした運と相性の問題だとどうして気づかなかったのかしら。それで天狗になってよりにもよってベアトリーチェに喧嘩を売るとは身の程知らずもいいとこね。ベアトリーチェは強いわよ。私より残酷だしね。ほんのちょびっと。あとそれと人のことを勝手にラムだって略さないで。
Hilang dia anjing. Izin off.
この子はあんたのゲームであってもしっちゃかめっちゃかにするわよ。
ラムダデルタ教には決してギャラリーとしてだけお呼びしたのではない。
Oh my god, kenapa dia
The
pakai
Witch.
banyak sendiri anjing?
The Witch of Certainty, who has lived over 1,000 years, he embodies the idea of hard workers are rewarded and is revered even by humans. Though she is a witch, she does not stray far from the concept of human. For that reason, her power as one worshipped by human is incalculable. However, she is fickle about whose effort she chooses to reward, and in many cases she bestows her favor upon those who entertain her the most. Her immense, swift, and terrifying power can make any witch surrender in an instant. However, she is often reckless, and Burr Cancel was able to take full advantage of that. The Witch of Miracles. Her vast power is capable of creating all kinds of miracles, but her heart has broken a bit as a result. Back when she was human, Lambda Delta once imprisoned her within a cruel fate, toying with her the whole time. As a result, it seems she is unable to abandon others who are caught within a similar fate. Theoretically, she is a witch with the greatest of powers, but in practice, there's no more realistic than folding a piece of paper 100 times so then it reaches the moon. Yet, she did fold it 100 times.
Dia
It's so
tuh
human,
dari-
anjir.
Dia itu yang human dihigurasi yang satu-satunya yang aware loopnya berapa kali nggak sih? Kayak kalau gue nggak salah ingat ya. Gue ngeliat I saw the clip in Facebook.
I don't know Higurashi at all, man.
I saw the clip in the Facebook video that people shared how many times about the apa tuh yang congkel kuku tangan ya.
Wah! Loves bullying the weak, extremely powerful, but word has it that she sometimes becomes obsessed with creating certain patterns so that her means end up becoming her goal.
そなたがわらわと逆の目に張っているとお伝えしたら、今日はそなたの逆の目に張ると仰せになられた。
あんたまだ根に持ってるのね。
私は宇宙最強の
Kawarnya
魔女
Burn
なんだ
Castle literally heart pity.
でもあんたに負けちゃったから最強じゃないの。だからあんたと敵対する相手は誰であっても私を味方するんだから
というわけだ。ダイベルンカステル教が相手ならば、この程度ではハンデにもならぬだろうが、余興にはふさわしかろう。
I think we need to turn the
Skinny
topic in. Maybe magic is real, but not in the island of Roken. How about that? So,
Why would it be not in the island of Rokkenjima? Why is the island of Rokkenjima special?
since we want to prove Beatrice wrong, there's no other reason.
バレてる以上
If magic exists outside of Rokkenjima, then Beatrice is real, that's it!
それがよかろう。もとよりわらわの辞書に手加減の文字はないのでは。ラムダデルタ教、この度の貴重な縁を楽しもうではないか。
こちらこそよろしくよ。 ベアトリーチェ卿、こいつには私も散々に栄養飲まされてるの。私たち2人で叩き潰して2倍でお返ししなきゃ腹の虫が収まんないのよ。
こちらこそよろしくよ、ラムダ。そしてベアとどういう勝敗になろうとも、これは私たちにとってとても有意義な戦いになるわね。
そうね、もちろん負ける気はないけど、私たちには勝敗以上に意義がある。
何しろわらわたちは退屈を愛さない。
The three witches giggled, cackled, and guffawed.
その通りよ。感謝するわ、ベアト。やっと退屈から逃れられそうだわ。せいぜい私を楽しませなさい。ラムダデルタと2人がかりで。
そうさせてもらうぞ。
そうと決まればベアト、早速作戦会議をするわよ。その子の弱点は知り尽くしてる。それを全て伝授してあげるわ。
にもかかわらずラムダデルタ卿は親分になられたと。
もう教えてあげない、教えてあげない。
退屈しない御人であるな、ラムダデルタ卿は。
Just because she's Mizugaki?
でしょ。面倒よろしくね。あれで
面倒よろしくね。
なるほど、今流行りのなんとかというやつか。さすがはラムダデルタ卿。
Bernkastel kayaknya sama kayak Camelia. Wow. Kurang gila di sini.
もう行きなさい、あの子。あなたが追っかけてくるの待ってるわよ。
それでは失礼しよう。また次のゲームに。
ごめんなさいね。厄介なのが来たけど、気にしないで。それより、ひどいことになったわね。私もラムダとのゲームで、だいぶ悲惨な末路というのを経験してきたつもりでいるけど、今回のは、群を抜いてひどいわ。あなたが膝を抱いて、心を閉ざしてしまう気持ちもわからなくない。こんな末路、あと何度もやられたら、100年を待たずに心が殺されてしまうわ。ベアトにカンパされてしまったから白状する。今のあなたはかつてラムダの世界に囚われていた頃の私に過酷な運命の迷路に閉じ込められ、魔女にいいようにいたぶられている。私はそこから生まれた魔女だから、あなたの姉に当たるのかもしれない。
Boleh?
Oh no way. Jadi selama ini kita POV-nya Maria gitu. Terus nanti Maria jadi witch, ya actually jadi witch nya. Fuck you game.
だからあなたに力を貸そうと決めたの。しかし私の運命に
Oh, sekarang blue text ya?
あなたのそれはあまりにも無言。同情どころか涙までもらってしまいそうな、あまりに悲惨な運命よ。でもどうかくじけないで。ベアトになんか決して屈しないで。確かにあの子のゲームはあまりに卑劣。ゲーム版を少しだけ見させてもらったけど、その舞台仕掛けのいやらしさは多分ラムダデルタのゲーム版のそれを
Devices set up on the stage.
Drone ya, saya manusia drone.
Drone. I was actually thinking about traps and secret compartment that kind of like supports the theory that there is secret tunnels and such. Or at least it would be relevant in episode 3.
ここがラムダとは大きく異なる点。 ラムダは勝つために常に最善手で圧倒的な数の駒を指してくる。しかしベアトはたまにわざと手を抜いて駒を指してくるの。困ったことに相手の指し手から手の内を探ろうとしている私たちにとってこれは非常に手強い情報のノイズ。厄介な撹乱になりうるわ。しかしチェスに例えるなら無駄な一手は相手にノイズを与えるかもしれないけれど貴重な一手を損していることに違いはない。つまり付け入る余地はゼロじゃないってこと。あなたには信じられないだろうけども今回のゲームもそう。あれだけ圧倒的な展開に見えて実は隙がある。つけ込ませたいかのように隙がある。それが罠なのかこちらを試しているのかわからないけどもとにかく屈服しないで思考を止めないであらゆる可能性を否定しないであなたが戦う意志を持ち続ける限りベアトに勝ちはない。魔女の戦いは守りが肝心よ。勝とうとするより負けないようにしなさい。認めたら負けなら断じて認めてはダメ。あなたに魔女を認めさせることこれがベアトリーチェの勝利条件の一つであることはもはや疑い。私もあなたの味方であると公言した以上できる限りの力になれるよう努力するわ。あなたも努力なさい。
Di episode 3 ada berekan tuh.
もし
Nggak, di episode 3 ada blue text.
まだ膝を抱いているなら早く立ち直って。こういう時
Siapa yang punya
なんて言った
habit
かしら。
ini? Siapa yang punya habit ini? Hugging your knees. Jessica nggak sih?
Jessica did it once was too heartbroken, but there's no habit. I think Bernkastel is talking to us, the player, dengan impresi bahwa setelah episode 2 tuh kita kayak either taken back by the scenery, kayak takut banget.
ファイトみぱ
What the fuck?
恥ずかしいわね。これ私がここまでしてあげたんだから早く立ち直りなさいよね。
I thought she said something that could make us cancel.
ベルンはいじけてどっか行っちゃったかしら。本当にざまあないったらありゃしない。それにしても相変わらずベルンが選ぶ駒はしょぼいわね。チェスだってそうでしょ。駒が全部ポーンだったら勝ち目ゼロでしょ。駒が全部ルークやビショップだったら絶対負けやしないわ。まあ前回は私がついつい哀れになって好きな場所から駒を進めていいわよって言ったらベルンのやつお情けの空気も読めずに手持ちのポーンを全部入場させた状態から始めて。何よあれ。あんなの負けでも何でもないんだから。思い出しただけでもムカムカするわ。そんなわけでこの私はベルンがギャフンとする顔を見ないと腹の虫が収まらないわけ。そんなわけなんでベルンの駒のあんたがそんなざまなんで私は最高にいい気分なわけ。しかもあの子はあれでいて本当に負けず嫌いだからきっと今頃悔しくって歯ぎしりをして涙をポロポロ流してるわよ。本当にざまあないわよ。
ざまみろ。
ほらあんたも一緒に笑いなさいよ。ちょっとあんたまだ膝を抱いてるの？
Kenapa beli?
Enggak, lebih ke hah? Gitu lah. Hah? Gitu.
ベアトにちょっと本気出されたくらいでもうそのざまなの？情けないったらありゃしない。あ あんまり情けないからちょっとだけ力を貸してあげるわ。この宇宙最強で絶対の魔女である大ラムダデルタ卿があんたの絶望的な勝率をほんのちょっぴりだけ絶対に近づけてやるわ。感謝のさい。
There is yellow text.
ベアトリーチェはね、確かに残酷で強力な魔女かもしれないけれど、この私の敵じゃ
Sombong
ない。
aja.
なぜか甘いからよ。あの子はあと数手でチェックメイトできる局面を作りつつわざと詰めない。くだらない駒を取ったり余計な駒を置いてより一方的な盤面にしてみたり。早い話が勝ちが見えると遊び出す悪い癖があるってわけ。あんたやベルンにとって辛い様々な攻め手のほぼ全てが私から見ればやりすぎの無駄もいいところ。つまりそれこそ好きでありチャンスでもあるってわけね。恐れるに値する相手じゃないでしょ。手段と目的を時に履き違える。そして悪い遊びが過ぎる。その結果
Dark fun.
自ら弱点を作り晒してさえいる。私のような最強の魔女から見ればなんでこんな余裕ぶったことをするのか理解で自ら勝率を下げてるなんてね。でもまあそのせいでベルンみたいな相手を読んでかわすタイプの魔女には非常に相性が悪いってわけよ。読みが効かないから。ベルンにとっては私みたいな素直で正直なタイプは読みやすくてやりやすいんでしょうね。ムカつくことに。まあでも私みたいな超火力タイプはベアトみたいな軽くて広い弾幕タイプなんか真正面から打ち破れちゃうわけだから、相性のじゃんけんみたいなものかしら。
Jangan
私が
mitai.
パーならベアトがグー、ベルンはチョキってとこね。まあどうでもいいことかしら。確かに私のパーはベルンのチョキに負けるけど、パーよりはるかにすごい超パーだったらチョキにだって勝てるでしょ。つまりこのラムダデルタ卿は超パーってわけ。
Jawaban.
少しは血色が戻ってきたみたいね。ベアトのやつローザとかいう駒をいじめて遊んでるわ。一見すると本当に趣味の悪いやつだと思うでしょ。違うのよ。あんたが立ち直って戻ってくるのを期待して時間を潰して待ってるだけなのよ。わざと憎まれるようなことをしてあんたの義憤を引き出そうという手ね。
Oh, ini sebelum kita
あー
marah.
やだやだ、そういう子って。
Kalau kayak gitu
私は戻るわね。
Iya, iya, kalau kayak gitu batal.
私があんたにちょびっとだけ力を貸したのは内緒よ。別にあんたを助けたくて力を貸したわけじゃないんだからね。
Betsuni.
この宇宙最強の魔女の私はベルンに負けて最強の座を奪われちゃったの。それで私はもしここでベルンがベアトに負けちゃったら最強の、まあ別に私はベアトから奪い返す方が楽だからいいわけだけど、それじゃあ私の腹の虫が収まらないのよね。ベルンは私が打ち負かす。そして最強の座も私が取り返すの。別にあんたに力を貸すわけじゃないんだからね。ベルンを泣かせたら許さないんだから。
Yay, Squirrel Lord.
Game next chapter has been made. Edition you can find new features on the title screen.
Ada feature baru. What feature?
Mana kolam
Tips, emang apa tips?
kesini pasti.
Oh,
Wait, ini nggak ada aja tadi. Ini nggak pernah dibahas di.
ini punyanya itu. Bukan.
The object arrange all fate variable favorable manner for relationship within the sexes. There's nothing more than 5
Ini loh yang
Oh,
dikasih ke Shannon.
Ya. Multiple leader and against his will to fight. I see. So two witches battle makes a great toy for smashing. The reason why she is always breaking him, fixing him, and doing him again. Torture is meaningless if you kill the subject. You've got alternate between causing pain and letting them rest. Wait. What?
What the fuck did you do?
I press next.
Just kill it.
Nggak bisa yang paling atas. Nggak bisa nggak? Oh, nggak bisa juga.
Kata Mira Pixun.
A
little magician.
The black
blood
from
Kinzo. However, she is skilled with enchantment, which bestow magical power upon object, and the magical items she creates are all master class. Black blood from Kinzo.
What the fuck is black blood from Kinzo? The master magical power Kinzo.
BPD.
No, Battle doesn't have any BPD so far.
We don't know.
It was this that is so hard to Kinzo to kick as a magician. A massive defensive power against magic can be, even by itself, decisive in battle against a witch. Kinzo has begun to lose his power with age, but young battle's power still on the rise. Perhaps it's understandable that Beat is tried to crush it as soon as possible. Kinzo earliest furniture which is created to serve him and him alone apakah ini actually homunculusnya Kinzo kah makanya mirip banget mereka apa belt line-nya juga actually sama banget gitu apa ada lengkungan di tengah terus Kinzo juga ada lengkungan di tengah gitu. In the many years following that, he continued to mature and compensate for his many deficiencies, turning himself into a nearly flawless butler furniture that he is now. He is approaching the limit of his surface life, but the magical power he can unleash it for
He was made with the help of a high-class demon.
Beatrice?
No, it's a witch. Beatrice is a witch. Kinzo's handmade furniture when he created without borrowing the power of demon. Power created by the heart contained within is strong magic and
the last furniture created by Kinzo, making use of Flawless previous experience, Kinzo managed to implement the set of Flawless packs. Kanon was also given a heart, but was much weaker than Shannon's, because Kinzo felt a sense of approaching personal danger related to his fortune as he neared the end of his life. He bestowed Kanon with the rare power to flag and protect. However, he hasn't yet matured very far and is very... Di sini ini ada kah? Di episode itu juga ada kah? Oh, di episode
nggak ada. Soalnya kita nggak ke Golden Land. Iya, kita nggak ke Golden Land.
Mau ngintip episode 3?
Ntar gue mau pipis dulu.
Oke.
Tajir.
Tapi kan dibilangnya di Di sini kan di yang ini kan mereka the party of those who are not human. Jadi POV kita entah itu battle atau siapa itu juga not human gitu anggapannya.
Apakah benar Piksun katanya? Piksun. Belum baca yang kiri bawah anjir.
Nanti aja gampang.
Nggak usah lah aku omongin ya.
Gue berharapnya please langsung di Rokenjimanya aja, jangan ada prolog apa Shannon sama George lagi, sama
Ini
Maria
di church
sama
nih, di chapel. No, where the fuck is this? The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, it was a member of grandfather's favorite collection, so that I didn't accidentally destroy its fragile beauty. I was always given strict order never to touch it. But that just made me want to touch it. It looked light and yet so elegant that just glancing at it gave it an indescribable sense of dignity. I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a face like that. However, just as grandfather had said, it was a thing that shouldn't be touched. Something this beautiful should never be touched. Such beauty can only dwell in something so easily broken. Because of that, just the brush of a finger by someone like me would. Just like how a fun dream disappears with a poof when you wake up. It disappeared, fell, and broke into pieces. I realized that because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that couldn't be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, that broken vase would not be returned to its original form. Are you playing as Rosa? Grandfather will probably scold me. Probably very harshly, enggak deng kon grandfather. I ended up breaking into tears and sobbing, frightened. As I did, I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies were coming towards me. Maria, buddy.
Nah, I don't think so.
As mysteriously glowing golden dots shone in the air, the butterflies began to gather, one at a time. Oh, it's Beatrice. Beatrice, that reliable golden bee had arrived.
Never mind, Maria. What?
What? The butterflies kept gathering until they formed a cloud, and then she was there. Yet another Himeka. She was always there for me. Whenever I was in trouble, she'd always appear and save me.
ごきげんよう、お姫様。
Isama.
Ini bukan suara Jessica, bukan suara Maria.
このような絶好のお茶会日和にどうして姫様はそのように涙をこぼされているのですか？
Atau ini Beatrice yang lama, atau ini Beatrice yang kita kenal, cuman masih kecil sebelum jadi witch. Terus ini Beatrice yang paling the original Beatrice.
おじいさまが大切にしていた壺を壊してしまったの。
Ya udah, bukan suara mereka.
おじいさまに怒られます。どうしたらいいかわからなくて。
それは困りましたね。これは親方様が大層お気に入りになられていた壺のはず。
親方様。
どのような折感があるか、このベアトリーチェ、想像するのも恐ろしゅうございます。
Grandfather was a very frightening person, and when you failed to follow something he said even once, he would become so mad with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. Since I knew that down to my bones, I couldn't do anything but tremble and cry.
こぼしてしまった姫様の涙を救う魔法は持ち合わせておりませんが、姫様が親方様から折檻を受けなくて済むようにする魔法なら、なんとかなるかもしれません。
本当？
姫様が私の力をお信じくださればでございます。魔法の力の根源は
Does it look like the Ushiromiya crest on her
No,
thing?
it's not.
It doesn't look.
奇跡はそれを強く信じる者の前にしか示されません。
信じる。ベアトリーチェの魔法を信じます。だからこの壺を直してください。お願いします。
姫様がそれをお望みでしたら、それではこのベアトリーチェにお任せを。
When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there and changed its form into her favorite cane. But even that was enough to give me a small glimpse at Beatrice's wonderful and awesome magic power. She pointed her cane at the broken face, and just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words.
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。そして思い出してごらん。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Ini dialog yang sama persis pas digunain kalau
Sama.
di episode
それ
Saya
は
sama-sama.
とてもとても美しい姿。どうか私にあの姿をもう一度見せておくれ。
Were they words, or was it a song? No, it had to be magic. After all, can't you see? The pieces of the face are rapidly gathering together, gently returning to the place where they had been on display, reassembling into their original form.
すごい。
ほら、これで元通りですよ。これで親方
Is this
様にお
Beatrice
叱りを
blind?
受けずに済みますね。
Aduh. Terus karena dia megang Ken ya.
Oh, more like she did not open her eyes at all.
I don't think so.
New wife?
ベアトリーチェはすごいね。壊れた壺を直すなんて造作もないんだね。
そんなことはありませんよ。壊れてしまったものを元に戻すのはとてもとても難しいことです。私の魔法は一時それを思い出させるだけに過ぎませんよ。
でも壺はちゃんと元通りになったよ。
そうですね。壊れた壺に一時壊れる前の姿を思い出させるだけに過ぎません。壊れた運命を元の姿に修復するほどの魔力は、このベアトリーチェにも未だ至らぬ遥かな高みなのです。
Time, the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. When I want to see what happened,
I noticed that several of the 7 had gathered and were cleaning up the remains of the broken face. From what they said, it seemed a black cat had sneaked in from somewhere and had climbed up on the face, causing it to break. I understood the meaning of Beatrice's words. At the moment I broke the face was broken. Beatrice let me see the face being restored, but that was a temporary thing. It didn't mean she'd changed the fate of the face being broken, and so the face remembered its true fate and broke. However, the one who broke it wasn't me, but a cat that had snuck in. That's right. Beatrice never said, "Let's fix the face." She said she'd prevent the master from scolding me. The fate of the face breaking hasn't changed, but the fact that I broke it certainly has. Beatrice cleverly saved me from danger with that magic.
物を壊すことはとても容易なことです。姫様が壺を割るのに魔法を必要としなかったように。
直すことはとても難しいこと？
はい。姫様が途方に暮れて泣き出してしまうほどに。
Just like the orang yang selalu bilang, I can fix her. No, it's really hard, you know.
魔法というのは
Why fix her when she's better that way?
たやすいの？壊したり殺したりすることは簡単にできるのに、直したり蘇らせたりするのはとても難しいというし。
そうですね。魔法は殺めたり壊したりすることの方がとても簡単です。故に誘惑に負ける弱き魔女たちは安易に身につけられる力に酔い、本当の魔法の修行を怠ってしまいます。本当の魔法とは、治す力、蘇らせる力、散ってしまった幸せを呼び戻し、冷めてしまった愛をも呼び戻す。そして微笑を忘れてしまった姫様の顔に笑顔を呼び戻せるのですよ。
なら、壺を治すことができたベアトリーチェはすごい魔女ということ？
私などまだまだ修行の日々ですよ。壺が割れるという運命を私の魔法ではほんの1時間も忘れさせることができなかったのですから。壺を元の姿に蘇らせることができたでしょうね。
壊れても何度でも直せる？
ええ、その境地に達した時、無限の魔力が備わるでしょう。それこそが魔女の達するべき無限の境地。私たちはその魔女を最大の敬いをもってこう呼びます。
無限の魔女。
そうです。無限に治す力を持つ魔女にとって壊れるという概念はもはや存在しない。失うというすべての悲しみから解放され、永遠の至福を約束されるのです。
Certainly, the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to gods and ask for the power to withstand their sadness, believing it to be a test. In other words, a human's life is a journey, searching for a way to withstand sadness. In that case, a witch who could revive all things would be free from all sadness in the world. Simply put, that would mean eternal bliss.
私もベアトリーチェみたいな魔女になって永遠に幸せになれるかな？
姫様がですか？それは長い大変な修行となりますよ。
私魔女になりたい。
Iya, ini berarti
幸
Beatrice.
せになりたい。ベアトリーチェの弟子になりたい。
そのお気持ちにいささかの揺らぎもありませんか？
はい、私も魔女になりたいです。
わかりました。では、姫様がお飽きになるまで、私の弟子にして差し上げましょう。私のことをお師匠様と呼べますか？
お師匠様。
良い返事ですね。ではこれからは私と一緒に魔法の深淵を学んでいきましょう。私とって修行の身。共に魔法を正しく学び、至福の境地を目指して頑張りましょう。はい、
お師匠様。
師匠。
夢か。懐かしい顔だ。
An endless witch, was it? That rank I'd yearned for in the past as the highest possible achievement was now just another one of my titles. I don't know, you might even call it my calling card.
たまにはその呼び名に充足を感じるのも長き修行の日々の果てに得たものではないか。たまにはありがたみを感じねば少々もったいないというものよ。
She shook her head lightly. If it's the highest possible level, that means there's nothing higher. An eternal dead end, the beginning of eternal boredom.
お師匠様は言っていたな。すべての悲しみから解き放たれることが、すなわち永遠の至福だと。だからこそ、故に思う、お師匠様は、その域に至れなかった、とな。
Eternal bliss means eternal boredom. And that's the beginning of eternal torture. But it all depends on how you look at it. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want, can try to have as much fun as you want. Boredom is the worst sort of poison, which kills all witches. Even those great witches who are given the title Lady fear it. It's the eternal poison that tortures them because of the eternal bliss they have reached.
無限の魔女の名を得た今だからこそ、再びお師匠様と語らいたいものよ。我らの修行の果てにあったのは、本当に幸せだったのか。そして、本当の幸せとは何なのか。今こそ語り合いたいものよ。
Training has no end, and when you think you've reached the eternal level, that's exactly the time to bemoan your own immaturity. Now recall those words as though she had answered me directly.
なるほど。わらわは未熟か。それはよい、それはよい。
The sound of painfully shrill laughter rang out. It was coming from my furniture. What? Did they break that toy again?
ベアトリーチェ様、こいつまた動かなくなっちゃいました。まだ私全然遊び足りないのに、情けない男。
Whoa.
私なんか全然遊んでないのに、私にも遊ばせて遊ばせて。
お黙りなさいクイズどもが。お前たちが飢えた犬みたいにがっつくから いくらベアトリーチェ様が直してもすぐ壊しちゃうのよ。
サタン姉が一番壊してるよ。加減を知らないから。
申し訳ございません、ベアトリーチェ様。グマイどもを
Can
どう
all
か
of
お
you
許しくだ
have
さ
like
い。
proper clothes? Come on.
Ini what do you mean? Itu bajunya semua kopi pasta ya.
I
Yang
know,
dibedain
makanya
palanya
like,
doang.
that's why I'm saying, can all of you have proper clothes?
New episode New Himikat, Himekat dari dulu.
次は私、次は私。
静かにせぬかやかましい。
A single yell was all it took to make the noisy sisters of the Seven Stakes vanish. All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want, breaking him. They only come to meet me to clean up afterwards. Truly, this furniture never leaves me bored. Once the furniture hid themselves, all that remained was a sloppy mess. The last remnant of a broken toy. It had no form anymore.
このざまでは、わらわとて元の姿を思い出すのも難しい。当の本人に思い出させるのが一番か。
Oh well. I waved my golden pipe. Then I spoke. I chanted. I made it remember.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。何しろわらわには、今のそなたは肉の残骸の山にしか見えぬのでな。どれが腕やら足やら、見当もつかぬ。そなたが思い出してくれなければ、わらわにはそなたの面影も思い出せぬ。
By the power of magic, the beautiful pieces of meat began to remember what their form had been. Which part should go with which part, and where should join with where. That's right. Just like that. No, you should be a finger on the left hand. That's the right. Where Corpini either. That's it. Good.
おはよう。目が覚めたか？後ろ宮バートラ。もっとも目が覚めた方が悪夢の中とは実に皮肉な話だがな。わらわを魔女と認めさえすれば、すぐにそなたの悪夢を覚まし、天国へ誘ってやろうぞ。わらわこそは煉獄山の王。わらわの許しなしに、この地獄より抜け出す方法はないのだ。
この程度で地獄かよ。ダメだな。ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
人ならば一度しか味わわずに済む死の苦しみを、もう両手の指では数えきれぬほど与えられたというのに。だからこそ飽きぬ。そなたには飽きぬのよ。
ああ、全然飽きねえぜ。何しろ太ももの眩しいバインバインの姉ちゃんたちがよりどりみどりのハーレム状態なんだからよ。おかげさまでまるで退屈しねえぜ。
My guy right there.
それはよかった。そうでなくてはわらわも退屈だ。それ家具ども直してやったぞ。また存分に遊ぶがよい。
Wow, it should have been me.
ありがとうございます。私がいただき。だからあんたは終わりよ終わり。
Wow.
次は私なの。どきなさいよ。
何それ。
素敵よねバトラ君。モテモテじゃない。
モテる男は辛いぜ。畜生ども。順番に並びやがらったんだ。
虚勢など張らずに素直になればもっと楽になれるのに。
いいのよ、これで。その方が悲鳴が気持ちいいもの。
さあ今度は簡単に壊すんじゃないわよ。いいわね。返事は？
あんたが仕切るんじゃないわよ。さあバトラ君、さっきの続きよ。マスターキーでジェシカちゃんの部屋を施錠した後、どうやって室内の死体のポケットに鍵を戻したというの？
例えばよ、そうさ、釣り糸か何かを使って鍵だけを扉の隙間から室内に戻して。
Fishing line.
甘いな。六軒島に存在する全ての扉は鍵が通り抜けられる隙間などない。
外れたね、外れたね。さあ今度は私よ。私どこを貫いちゃおうかな。
私、手の甲。
ずるい。じゃあ反対の手の甲。
私は羽の頭をもらっちゃおっと。
なんで私にもやらせて。レビア姉はとろいのよ。いつだって私たちは早い者勝ちでしょうが。じゃあ私は足の甲をいただいちゃおっと。
私は肩をもらっちゃうからいいもん。
姉妹なんだろ。仲良くしやがるってんだ。
ほう、よくも耐えるものだな。お前のその痩せ我慢がむしろ私たちを楽しませているだけだと。
あいにくだな、痩せ我慢と。肘の張り合いは俺のお箱なんだ。お前らがどう俺を煙に巻こうとも、俺は絶対に魔女も魔法も認めねえ。
人間とトリックで何も説明できないくせにバカじゃないの。この身の程知らずが。
いいのよ、無理に認めさせなくても。今に泣きながら認めたくなるわ。今だって本当は哀れに土下座しながら許しを請いたいくせに。
When ya?
もう壊しちゃった。
Direbut
やれやれ、わらわがいくらでも蘇らせられることを知っているから、家具どもも壊すことに躊躇がない。困ったもの。
Giving eternal rebirth and eternal death at will. Before the endless witch Beatrice, all death and life has no meaning. Even death can't become the key to escape from my cage.
さあバトラー、再び元の姿を思い出すがいい。
I'll toy with you
な
to my
るほど
heart's
なるほ
content.
ど。永久に遊べる玩具とは実に愉快よ。なるほどな。これが無限の境地に至った魔女が得る至福の境地とやらなのか。
Selamat
なるほど
menikmati
なるほ
as if
ど。
it's a feast.
これは確かに。
I mean, I would
Yukai,
definitely enjoy
Shifuda.
if I'm in
Nah,
Bataro's position right now.
何度でも蘇らせてやる。何度でも殺してやる。さて次なるゲーム版ではどのような殺人劇を繰り広げよう。さあ新しきゲーム版を持て。次なるゲームを始めようではないか。後ろ宮バトラー。
Hey.
Oh my god, we need to skip this.
やれやれ。
Aduh, ngulang lagi dari awal lagi ya. Udah langsung di tengah air lu nyanyi, banyu.
姉貴のタバコ嫌いにも参ったもんだな。
すまんな。夕べからカリカリしとるんや。気にせんでやってくれんか。
Rudolph and Hideyoshi went out to the deck and took out some cigarettes. Eva had always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more sensitive to them.
Question beli.
Hmm.
Ini gue baru sadar sudah mau jam 5. Shit.
Exactly. When do you want to stop it?
Mending di stop sekarang atau...
We did get shit about episode 3, but we can always just leave it for more for the next stream whenever it is.
But when will it be?
I don't know. When will it be?
Udah paling mumpung background musiknya juga lagi bagus. Bentar. Ya kan salah satu game yang kita saranin kita mau nyoba adalah Threefold Recital.
Which can you like stream? Which one is it? I don't remember.
Bentar, Threefold Recital itu playtime.
I don't remember which one is Threefold Recital.
Yang lu give ke gue, Cir, what do you mean?
I did.
Ya.
Is it the Korean detective game?
No, ini yang apa?
Oh, yang Fury.
Ya. Main story-nya 13 jam sih. Completionist 20 jam. What is this 7 hours gap aja?
15 hours, bro. It's 15 hours. Anggapannya lah. Wait. Are they seeing the stream or only I'm seeing?
Mereka nggak bisa lihat, cuman gue doang yang bisa, cuman lu doang yang bisa lihat nanti. Nah, terus kalau misalnya kita lihat streamer yang lain,
you have a tag for VN Saturday? Kirain. Afterlove EP paling atas, let's fucking go!
I think. Ini game dari Liberty-nya Raya sama Mike, nggak tahu punya antara mereka berdua. Ada coffee talk juga.
The Deed? The fuck is that?
Yang pasti game RPG Maker.
Wow, Slender. Can't say all RPG Maker game is bad. Guys, polling time.
I would say not all RPG Maker game is bad per se, but look at this, dog. Bahkan mereka nggak bikin logo title lagi. Waduh, man.
It's just The Deed.
How is this
Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth is a VN, guys.
How is this VN?
Bentar, Plot. We have to kita harus talk about Ashraf dulu, nanti baru kita bikin polling ya. Ace Attorney Trilogy.
Ada sih.
Psycho, my goat.
Actually dikit dari Vienna.
Wait, where is the detective one? Did I send it to you?
Kayaknya enggak deh.
Yang Korean detective.
Ada yang di wishlist yang belum gue tambahin juga sih, kayak yang gratis yang sempat kita lu rekomenin.
Oh, Zato. I love the world and
Zato.
everything in it. Aku pengen banget itu.
Dialog juga. Tambahin dulu deh.
Ace Attorney fun. Ace Attorney is fun, but it will take so many episodes.
Yeah, Attorney not gonna lie, minimal 4 minggu menurut gua. Belum kalau ada momen dimana gue tahu jawabannya tapi Blit tidak tahu jawabannya karena Blit.
Because I'm dumb. Wait, Valhalla apa udah?
Valhalla.
Did you play Valhalla?
Enggak, belum.
Cyberpunk Bartender stuff.
Ini game yang gue belum pernah. Yang gue tahu ini bagus dan gue belum pernah nyari spoiler atau apapun. Gue cuma tahu di salah satu thumbnailnya ada Kemo Mimi Drill Hair.
Kira ada Plum ya?
Nah, no, ada Kemo Mimi Drill
Hair. Ada ini Valhalla di akun. More like ada di familyku, so can't do that.
Apa
Ace
tapi
Attorney
ya?
is so fun, yeah.
Honestly, with this pace, I'm actually interested in going back to Umineko, but
Okay. What's the bug?
should we, apakah antara gue rasa keras gitu,
Apanya yang keras?
ras
Oh,
RS,
Rush.
RS.
Wait, did I not send you that? Hold on. Nah ya, aku buka dulu di my Steam. Because I had one Korean visual novel that it looks good. I don't know. Aku gak lihat spoiler. I don't even read the trailer. I don't even watch the trailer, so whatsoever. No case should remain unsolved namanya.
Oh, value all of the gods. Low level furniture in service of the Beatrice. They are great in number, but silent and lacking personality. They follow their master orders. Their senses are closer to those animals than human, and they are surprisingly dull-witted, which sometimes leads them to misunderstand their orders. They have by nature a massive build like a minotaurs and fearsome human strength. They may be a low-level furniture, but they need to summon an inexhaustible supply of them, make them extremely convenient. Oh, lu kalau mau lihat semuanya lu klik ke satu. Ini juga bisa, oh nggak bisa.
Yokubari.
Yokubari.
Nggak. I'm just saying random Japanese words. I don't even know what that means. I think Yokubari means greedy. Mana yang oldest sisternya?
Nah, ada cuman di sini doang gitu. Often represent the other younger sister when speaking to Lucifer. Oh, ada yang namanya Lucifer berarti.
Ada namanya Lucifer, ada. Yang oldest siapa jujur? Aku mau yang oldest.
Yang di kita, Leviathan other younger sister is the trusted and known for being a rectitious
Responsible.
Gak ada aja yang ibu.
Ada. Coba pelan-pelan. Ada kok. Tadi dibilang ada. Tuh, di youngest sister aja ada. Masa gak ada oldest?
Oh ini Lucifer.
Ini ya Lucifer.
Of course yang Himekat yang apa?
Yang perfect Himekat yang oldest sister jujur mau. She claims to be the strongest of them all, but she's secretly aware that she's actually the least talented. Bruh.
I guess it's an attempt to hide the fact from the others. Her greatest fear is that her sister will steal if they ever find out.
Bruh.
This is the cyber face, you know. They all have the same face except their style.
Yep. Oldest Lucifer MBG Girl Failure Hell yeah.
How about this? Kan minggu ini long weekend harusnya.
For you.
Lu jam kerja dari jam berapa?
Aku kerja dari jam 11 sampai jam 8. So 10 WIB sampai 7 WIB. I don't mind playing if we're playing in the night time. I'm all for it.
Gue juga lagi konsiderasi bakal balik Bekasi atau kayaknya enggak sih, gue balik Bekasinya akhir bulan.
What is the long weekend? Explain to me for one who never experienced a long weekend.
Nah,
hari apa kamu liburnya?
Kamis sama Jumat libur minggu ini.
Kamis sama Jumat? Wow.
Ya, kalau di akhir bulan Rabu sama Kamisnya libur, Jumatnya gue paling izin WFH supaya nggak usah balik dulu sampai hari Minggunya. Gitu.
When ya? akhir bulan kan, ini baru tanggal 10 aja.
Enggak ada jadi ada dua long weekend di hypothetically ada dua long weekend di bulan Mei. Pertama yang habis tanggal 14-15, yang kedua yang akhir bulan.
What? We can play. My schedule, I don't have session kecuali LinkedIn right now, so we can actually play on Friday. We can get it back to VN Friday, guys. No way.
We can make a back-to-back VN Friday and Saturday, and in the VN
No
Friday
way.
we play Umineko, and VN Saturday we play other game.
Why don't we play Umineko and Umineko? Gini. I don't know you, but I don't like having to eat two separate meals on the same time. Aku tuh tipe orang yang misalnya piring ada nasi, ada sayur, ada ayam, ada tempe. Aku makan sayurnya dulu, aku makan tempenya dulu, baru aku makan ayamnya.
That's why I like to eat in warteg, because I can eat mie and orek and telur and bakwan all at the same time. Jadi kayak
You want it all at the same time?
Gue lagi mau makan nasi sama mie dulu. Yang nasi sama mie udah cukup. Gue coba yang nasi sama orek dulu deh. Yang nasi orek udah cukup. Gue yang akan nasi sama telur deh gitu. That's the best thing. I like options.
No, more like I like options, tapi maksudnya not
I like
on the same day.
I like variety in my meal. I like variety.
Okay. Kita bisa. So we can, let's say, take VN Friday to be where Umineko is, and VN Saturday to be whatever the fuck we wanna play. Which is what game are we playing?
Okay. How about this? This is my kan minggu depannya bakal jadwal normal lagi kan?
For you?
Iya, maksudnya minggu depannya kan kita bakal apa? Udah nggak lo weekend lagi gitu. Jadi mungkin Jumatnya nggak. Memang Jumatnya bisa aja sesi lagi kan? Atau beneran break?
Nggak. Sampai season 3 there's no session.
Gue sih awalnya mikirnya kalau saya lihat dulu Umineko sama satu game ini. Nah, kalau misalnya Umineko-nya actually starting slow lagi kayak fucking George sama Shannon pacaran lagi, I don't want to do that. Okay? I rather we take a break than fucking seeing that shit. Holy shit, man. Jadi kalau misalnya di Umineko kejadiannya adalah kita ngeliat hal yang slow, yang so not interesting that I turn off my brain, then we'll do another game.
But Mira said episode 3 is peak, po. Gimana, po?
Does episode 3 has a slow start, Mir?
Mira and Flavia.
Does episode 3 has fucking really slow, like 4 hours of setup like in the fucking previous one? Holy shit, that is so long.
When does the first murder start? When does the first murder start?
Yeah, when is the murder like after 4 hours, 5 hours?
Oh, it's not following the same formula this time.
Fuck, Oke. Minggu depan kita Umineko dulu gitu. Kita cek.
Umineko stream every day, po.
Kita cek udah dulu. If we stream
10 likes on this stream and we will play Umineko again next week.
If I apa yang bisa bikin Umineko stream tiap hari?
What kind of goals?
If I somehow get a new PC.
Wah, berat banget aja. somehow banget aja. Yeah, you might as well call Beatrice is real at this point.
If someone is kind enough to donate me a PC, if some company is kind enough to sponsor me, I don't know.
Dikasih cinta, mintanya airstrike aja. Do we have a sub goal or some shit? No, you don't have sub goal.
Dulu gue ada actually di Twitch, cuman pas pokoknya kan gue pernah sering banget kayak hampir pas zaman anime development gue stream Twitch tiap hari segala macam, main game apa aja gitu, kayak apapun yang ada di library gue yang belum pernah gue main gitu. Cuman pernah ada periode gue berhenti gara-gara either burnout or some ERL problem, I forgot. Nah terus abis itu udah gue nggak lanjutin dan
Udah gak daily lagi.
Dan kayak awalnya tuh ada follower goal kayak tiap 10, awalnya tiap 10 terus naik jadi tiap 20, habis itu jadi tiap 25. Makanya actually follower page gue lumayan gitu loh, nggak kayak di YouTube. Kayak ini mending kita ngomong di podcast deh,
The podcast. Okay, we're waiting for this, guys. The potential podcast between Fullpo and I.
But never is.
We've teased this podcast show for like the last 2 months. It never happened. Where is the podcast? Anyone in chat is actually waiting for the podcast? Never.
mungkin nanti kita bahas lagi kapan apa tuh di mana mungkin kita bikin poll.
Yeah, we will announce on Twitter, guys. Please follow Cinnamon Fullpo on Twitter. Do not follow me.
I will. So that's it probably for this Saturday.
Woohoo!
Thank you for watching. Terima kasih sudah menahan shit test gue. Apalagi pas lagi lihat kredit.
My crash out.
Apalagi tadi ngeliat kreditnya episode 2. Kalau begitu sampai jumpa lagi di minggu depan. The end.
The end. Dadah.